Yu Ziyao transmigrates into a fantasy world and becomes a minor figure of the righteous faction, the Taijuan Holy Land. He possesses heaven-defying comprehension, yet is born with an ordinary mortal body. At this moment, a system is activated. As long as he creates cultivation techniques and spreads them to others, he can obtain rewards and defy fate itself. A mortal body worse than a dog? Then I'll use this mortal body to slaughter gods and prove the Tao. However, as more techniques are created, the entire Holy Land starts to feel less and less righteous. You created the Sunflower Manual and taught it to your disciples. 10,000 disciples castrated themselves, their cultivation skyrocketed. Reward, Bull Demon Kidney. You created 3 heads and 6 arms and taught it to your disciples. 100,000 disciples installed tiger heads, wolf heads, and for killing arms. Divine powers perfected. Reward, True Dragon Heart. You created the Taiyin Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and taught it to the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun turned into a woman. Combat power greatly increased. Reward, Tao Fusion Flower. You created 1 Che transforms into 3 pure ones and taught it to a great emperor. The emperor mentally tortured himself every day, eventually splitting into 3 people to research. Separately, the mortal arts perfected. Ding! The number of cultivators has reached 10 million. Reward, Supreme Immortal Weapon, Chaos Immortal Bell. Several years later, the demonic factions launch a siege against the Righteous Alliance. Not a single normal person among them, and you're telling me these are the righteous ones, facing tens of millions of insane, grotesque disciples. The demonic cultivators completely collapse, kneel to the ground, and beg for mercy. Immortal Emperor Yi, please stop creating cultivation techniques. The late summer sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze blew. 3 months had passed, and the lecture platform once again became bustling with activity as young people from all corners of the sacred land rushed in. They were like the setting sun, full of exhilaration. 3 months, the young master has finally created a cultivation technique. Since cultivating the young master's technique, I found it difficult to cultivate other techniques. I wonder what kind of technique the young master will create this time. I guess it's a divine technique. The disciples of the Taijuan sect hurried over, discussing and vying for good positions. Compared to the smaller sects outside, their aptitude was top-notch, but in the Taijuan sacred land, it was nothing special. Without a simple cultivation technique, their rapid progress was incredibly difficult. The cultivation technique Yi Xianyao had created earlier had given them the exhilarating feeling of rapid progress, a truly superior experience. How could they bear to return to their previous state? In their hearts, Yi Xiaoyao's status was even higher than that of the sect elders. This time, his repeated transmission of cultivation techniques caused quite a stir, making many people eagerly anticipate his teachings. Before long, the area below the lecture platform was packed with people. Not only that, several revered supreme elders also emerged from their seclusion to listen to the lecture. Among them was the three-eyed true monarch. Haha, Xiaoyao is indeed very popular. When I lectured before, I never had so many people. A venerable old man with an immortal aura said with a sigh, his expression a mix of emotions. After all, he was a Tao-slaying king. A quick glance revealed that there were at least 5,000 disciples below the lecture platform. A high realm doesn't necessarily mean a high ability to teach and impart knowledge. In this aspect, you still have to learn from Xiaoyao. Another old man said jokingly, his face flushed, prompting the supreme elders to burst into laughter. Alright, that guy's talent is too extraordinary, incomparable. The old man with the aura of a Taoist master smiled wryly, then changed the subject, saying, I wonder how many cultivation techniques he'll be teaching this time, and what level. After all, 3 months have passed. After the Blood Cave trial, the bloodstained demon-slaying technique was revealed, confirming that Yi Xianyao had the ability to create cultivation techniques. It's just that no one knows when he'll be able to create them. 2 or 3 techniques, even a reincarnated great emperor couldn't possibly create them that quickly. Three-eyed true monarch said calmly. He came here to see what kind of rules Yi Xianyao's cultivation techniques had. He had previously studied the other 3, but unfortunately, he hadn't thoroughly researched them, especially the cultivation methods within the demonic sect. Even with his thousands of years of knowledge, he couldn't possibly understand them. This time, he wanted to get a copy for reference. I think so too, but creating 2 or 3 techniques is already astonishing and unprecedented. The red-faced old man speculated he didn't dare think about any more. Is it still a top-tier Zhuan level technique? I feel that if he hasn't gone out for 3 months, he might have already created a earth-level technique. The old man with the immortal aura stroked his beard and said. The supreme elders were speechless, glancing sideways at the old man. The higher the level of the technique, the more profound and mysterious the principles of heaven and earth it contains, the more powerful it is. To be able to create a top-tier Zhuan level technique is already extraordinary. Earth level, how is that possible? The red-faced old man was shocked, shaking his head repeatedly. Low-level disciples don't understand the difficulty involved, but surely you, the old mountain peak, understand. We are all people who have walked a considerable distance on the Great Tao, knowing that the Great Tao is vast and the future is arduous. Anyone who can create a great cultivation technique is a senior sage who has deeply comprehended the Great Tao. The difference between the Zhuan level and Earth level is too great. For Yi Xiaoyao to create one, he still needs a long time to explore. No one thought Yi Xiaoyao could create an Earth level technique. At least, it was impossible at this stage. I'm just waiting. If he can really create an Earth-level cultivation technique, then in the next competition, my disciple will have a chance to get a good ranking. The old mountain peak sighed, knowing that he was overthinking things. Those participating in the competition were all true core realm cultivators, and Earth-level was the most suitable. Having more techniques to counter opponents would increase the chances of getting a good ranking. The Immortal Tao sect organized a competition, and the rewards were quite generous. 1 or 2 Earth-level cultivation techniques and divine abilities won't change the outcome of the competition. This time, the Misty Immortal Palace will probably win first place again. Three-Eyed True Monarch's eyes were profound. Among the 9 great sacred lands, the Misty Sacred Land was the most powerful and mysterious, existing since the mythical era. And the first place in the competition had been held by the Misty Immortal Palace for millions of years, unshakable by anyone. Ziyao has arrived. Just then, the silence returned to the platform, and a young man's figure approached from afar. He wore a white scholar's robe, his black hair tied up with a silk ribbon, incomparably handsome, and compared to before, he possessed a more scholarly air. Gentle and refined like jade, his aura calm, like a scholar who had read countless books. Senior brothers are here too, Yiziya said, slightly surprised to see Three-Eyed True Monarch and the others. These dazzling kings rarely show themselves, especially the Three-Eyed True Monarch. This senior brother is a top-tier ruthless figure in the death-slaying realm, almost on par with his father. Little junior brother has created a cultivation technique, shouldn't we, as senior brothers, be allowed to take a look? The old man said with a flushed face and a doting smile. Ha ha ha, then please forgive me, senior brothers. My humble creation is not worthy of such an elegant place. Yi Xiaoyao laughed, his demeanor outstanding. This couldn't help but make the disciples below sigh in admiration. Even a great power would tremble before a group of supreme elders, not to mention them, who didn't dare utter a single word. Yi Xiaoyao, however, remained calm and composed, chatting naturally, making it hard to imagine he was only 8 years old. Immediately, Yi Xiaoyao stopped his idle chatter and directly produced a pile of brand new books. Junior brother, is this a really complex martial art? Does it require so much detailed information to be recorded? The old man's face flushed with surprise. He thought it was just a martial art and hadn't considered any other possibilities. He wasn't the only one. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. The disciples of the Three-Eyed True Monarch were also surprised, their faces filled with incomprehension. Only Elder Bai, who was most familiar with Yi Xiaoyao, gaped, his mouth agape, making an unbelievable guess. Sure enough, they heard Yi Xiaoyao chuckle and say, "These are 100 divine techniques, which I spent 3 months creating." As soon as he spoke, complete silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone's mouths gaped open, as if they could swallow a chicken egg. Little ancestor, what did you say? One disciple stretched out his finger, vigorously scratching his ear, as if he had misheard, and asked another disciple beside him. 100 techniques, the disciple said uncertainly, doubting his own existence. 100 techniques? This was simply impossible. Even a reincarnated immortal couldn't possibly create so many at once. It was too shocking and unbelievable. No less than immortal, and once enlightened, they would ascend to the level of a saint. Xiao, don't joke around. The old man's face flushed and his skin trembled, feeling that his junior disciple was testing his intelligence. No, Yi Xiao said with a smile, disdainfully. 100 divine techniques, all of them at the Zhuan level, the three-eyed true monarch spoke up. He felt they were most likely basic divine techniques, the kind with relatively less difficulty to create. But even at the basic level, over 100 techniques was terrifying. He was a noble Dao slaying king, yet he found it difficult to create even one. And in such a short time at that. Yi Xiaoyao's ability to create cultivation techniques is undeniable, but these 100 techniques are too exaggerated. Even if basic cultivation techniques and divine abilities were easy to create, it would be impossible to create so many within 3 months. The old man from the mountain clan, with his immortal and dignified bearing, stroked his beard and said with a wry smile. All the supreme elders were equally astonished. Not to mention the disciples below, their minds completely bewildered. It's not even a Zhuan level technique. Yi Xiao shook his head. Before the three-eyed true monarch could breathe a sigh of relief, his next words left him speechless. It's a D-level technique. These 100 techniques are the result of my arduous research over 3 months. Among them are D-level beginner, intermediate, advanced, and 6 top-level techniques. Yi Xiaoyao's tone was calm, subtly tinged with regret. The reason for the varying levels was related to the ancient texts he had consulted and the limited time available. Otherwise, everything could be elevated to the peak of the injection. What? The old man's hand trembled, several strands of beard were pulled down, and he didn't even realize it. Even the usually calm three-eyed true monarch couldn't maintain his composure. His eyes blazed with divine light, and he fiercely stepped forward to grab a cultivation manual. He opened it and examined it meticulously. His eyes gradually widened, and his breathing became rapid. This was a top-tier earth-level palm technique called 8 Desserts Demon Flaying Palm, divided into 3 levels. The first level could split rocks, the second could split mountains, and the third could shatter the heavens. The palm technique was fierce and domineering, possessing a bizarre and desolate power, capable of devouring life force. Its power was more than 10 times stronger than Zhuan-level divine abilities. It was 2 or 3 times stronger than some mid-level earth-level divine abilities in the sacred land. The most crucial thing is the cultivation method. The difficulty is much lower compared to those in the sacred land, but some aspects are relatively cruel. For example, you need to unleash 10,000 diamond palms with your bare hands every day without stopping. But none of that is important. Three-eyed true monarch's lips were a little dry. He picked up another cultivation technique book, Divine Light Sword Technique, and then another 9 Nether Mad Demon Blade. Three-eyed true monarch read through them one by one, carefully examining the content, distinguishing between genuine and fake levels. As he saw more and more, his breathing became increasingly rapid, until finally he could no longer control his emotions, and his face flushed with excitement. Good, they are all earth-level cultivation techniques and divine abilities. The three-eyed true monarch looked at Yi Xiao as if he were looking at a priceless treasure, and laughed heartily. These earth-level cultivation techniques were of little use to a powerful expert like himself, but for the disciples, they were a tremendous windfall. Their combat power would double, and their cultivation progress would be incredibly rapid. This meant that the disciples' maximum cultivation limits would also be raised. The three-eyed true monarch could already predict that in 100 years, the sect would have a new group of solid pillars, far more numerous than other holy lands. No! It wouldn't even take 100 years. In the upcoming Holy Land competition, the disciples would surpass those of other holy lands. A truly unique and outstanding group. The three-eyed true monarch's words were like thunder, instantly exploding on the lectern, causing the 5,000 disciples to straighten their backs and become visibly excited. The red-faced old man and the other supreme elders were also stirred. Yi Xiaoyao's talent can be called the best in ancient and modern times, surpassing great emperors, on par with true immortals. Hundreds of earth-level cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Our sacred land only has 360 earth-level techniques. Xiaoyao alone is enough to take on nearly half of the sacred land. The old man from the mountain clan looked at Yi Xiaoyao, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. These cultivation techniques and divine abilities signify unlimited future possibilities, signifying the rise of the Taijuan sacred land. Fortune, my Taijuan's fortune, ha ha ha. The old man's face flushed as he stepped forward, vigorously patting Yi Xiaoyao's shoulder, laughing wildly, his joy evident on his face. These cultivation techniques would be astonishing even in the demonic Tao, let alone in a sacred land where cultivation techniques and divine abilities are extremely rare. This fortune came too suddenly, leaving even these supreme elders somewhat dazzled. 100 divine techniques and cultivation methods. If this were to spread, the entire Kingyuan realm would go crazy. Creating one earth-level cultivation method is already incredibly difficult, but creating 100. How did the young master manage to do it? It's simply a miracle. 5,000 disciples were also excited, looking at the young master on the platform, filled with enthusiasm and adoration. The young master always manages to create miracles beyond expectations. The Holy Land has 360 sets of cultivation methods, but not everyone can use them. For example, those with a fire spirit body are simply unable to cultivate water attribute cultivation methods. Most cultivators in the true core realm, or even the spirit realm, are still suited to cultivating profound level cultivation methods. Low-level skills directly affect their cultivation progress and the power of their true essence. These 100 sets of cultivation methods. It's simply a matter of time for the rain to come. Yi Xiaoyao watched this scene, his mood also becoming cheerful. These cultivation techniques not only benefited the sacred land, but also offered system rewards. It was beneficial for both of them, of course. Moreover, he wasn't worried about traitors or spies among the disciples. He could control the cultivation techniques of the practitioners. Anyone who dared harbor ill intentions would die, even if they were destined to become saints. He even wished those traitors and spies would cultivate them. When he released those demon sect disciples during the Blood Cave trial, he had secretly released that evil technique, the harmonious union demonic cultivation technique. Now, the demonic sects were probably experiencing some turmoil. Young master, the difficulty of cultivating these earth-level techniques. A young disciple in a blue robe stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands, his expression cautious. Hearing this, the others calmed their excitement, but they were also nervous. Many people's aptitude isn't actually that high. Mastering a profound level cultivation technique takes at least several months, even years, let alone an earth level one. The difficulty of cultivating earth level techniques is unimaginable. It's hard to achieve anything without a year or a year and a half. Unfortunately, I'll be participating in the Sacred Land competition soon, so I don't have that much time. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. A young man in the Foundation establishment realm smiled wryly. The others, hearing this, looked embarrassed, also feeling that this request was somewhat unrealistic. Being able to cultivate a single earth-level cultivation technique was already a great fortune. Why would they ask for anything more? Yi Xiaoyao smiled faintly, saying nothing. The red-faced old man held a cultivation technique manual, staring at it for a long time, still finding it hard to believe. Hearing this, his expression turned strange. The difficulty isn't high, similar to those Fujuan-level cultivation techniques and divine abilities your group created. Only some of the cultivation methods, well, they're relatively special. You might suffer a little. The Supreme Elders all clicked their tongues in disbelief. They gazed strangely at Yi Xiaoyao. They truly didn't know how their junior brother had created such a bizarre cultivation technique, one that even had the word demon slaying in it. No matter how you looked at it, it resembled a demonic technique. The only thing that reassured them was that these techniques didn't harm others. They were all self-inflicted wounds. Isn't it just suffering? As long as we can become stronger, everything is worth it. That's right. The young master poured his heart and soul into creating these earth-level techniques. He absolutely cannot let them down. If we can't even endure this little suffering, how can we talk about the great Tao? How can we talk about slaying demons and eliminating evil? The disciples shouted excitedly, their blood boiling, each one like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Over 100 sets of divine techniques. Being able to cultivate them was already a blessing accumulated over 8 lifetimes. If they gave up on cultivating them because of a little suffering, they'd rather not. Excellent, excellent, Yi Xiao finally spoke, clapping his hands and laughing loudly. He appreciated the fearless demeanor of these disciples. It's troublesome, senior brother. Yi Xiao bowed slightly towards the three-eyed true monarch. These cultivation techniques were only a fraction of what was needed, and 1,000 more needed to be copied. This is no trouble at all. It's just that you're suffering, and these disciples are racking their brains. The three-eyed true monarch sighed softly, though he couldn't help but admire him. In this world, there are few people like Yi Xiao who, disregarding their own cultivation, would instead devote all their efforts to the welfare of their disciples. And this effort was selfless. Such virtue was truly noble. Then, he took out a pile of blank scriptures, copied 100 sets of cultivation techniques, and then gave them to several disciples to distribute. These techniques could be cultivated even in the divine power and true profound realms. Although their power might not be fully unleashed, they could still be considered life-saving trump cards. I believe that with these cultivation techniques, our disciples' strength will rise to a higher level. Other sacred lands will probably die of envy. The red-faced old man chuckled. To have Yi Xiao alone defeat hundreds of thousands of geniuses, it's truly a fortunate thing for our Taijuan. The old man from the mountain clan stroked his beard and smiled happily. Meanwhile, below the stage, the disciples, having received the scriptures, respectfully bowed to Yi Xiao. Thank you, young master, for imparting the techniques. The voices surged like a tide, pushing Yi Xiao's reputation to its peak. At this moment, his status in the hearts of the disciples was not much less than that of the Holy Master. Then each of them opened the scriptures and carefully examined them. After a while, their expressions stiffened. The atmosphere became unusually strange. The unbreakable demon-slaying technique, a mid-level earth-grade cultivation method, can forge an unbreakable diamond body, comparable to the little diamond of Buddhism. It requires being beaten 10,000 times every day to achieve mastery. And damn it, the beatings are so relentless. One disciple gasped, his teeth chattering. He looked up at the handsome, incomparably harmless young master, gritting his teeth. It must be that the young master deliberately created such a bizarre cultivation method for us, not only to strengthen our bodies but also to temper our will. It's simply a divine technique. Yes, that's right, cultivate it. I absolutely must cultivate it. The disciple clenched his fists, his eyes filled with grateful tears as he looked at Yi Xiao. The group, worried about them, could not possibly let them down. Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Technique, a top-tier earth-level cultivation method. Upon achieving mastery, one can attain the strength of a dragon tiger, increasing their power by 1,000,000 pounds. Their skin becomes as tough as tree bark, providing superior defense and attack power, allowing them to fight even spirit realm cultivators. Cultivation method. Minor mastery involves boiling the body in oil at high temperatures, supplemented with the blood of pythons and tiger demons, along with various medicinal herbs. Major mastery requires burning the body in a raging fire, then sprinkling powdered herbs. Isn't that roasting? A peak true core cultivator stood there dumbfounded. He shuddered at the thought. I'll become cooking ingredients. This cultivation method left the young man speechless. What's the pain compared to that? Cultivate. After a long time, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he made a firm decision. The 10,000 poisons demon slaying technique, a top-tier earth-level cultivation method. After cultivation, one becomes immune to all poisons, their true essence inherently imbued with potent toxins, requiring hundreds of different poisons daily, relying on various poisonous insects. It's either being directly poisoned or navigating the path of poison. The mind-splitting great technique, a top-tier earth-level divine ability, an auxiliary type, enhances combat ability, allowing simultaneous use of two divine abilities to attack enemies. The cultivation method involves carefully observing both objects with the left and right eyes, concentrating intensely. The day the mind splits is the moment of great mastery. Many disciples eagerly desire these top-tier earth-level cultivation methods and divine abilities. Many were looking at the 6 top-tier techniques. The more they read, the more astonished and amazed they became. It was simple, but the cultivation method was somewhat unconventional. Ordinary people simply couldn't handle it. Following a cry of astonishment, the entire square erupted, a commotion spreading in all directions, with wide eyes and gaping mouths. The Sunflower Manual, a top-tier earth-level cultivation technique. To cultivate this divine technique, one must first castrate oneself. Cultivation speed increases fivefold. A trembling young man held a secret manual, his face contorted, unsure whether he was excited or terrified. Holy cow, fivefold increase. How is this possible? Even with increased cultivation speed, it's impossible to increase it this much. A great fortune, a tremendous fortune. If I cultivate this, it will greatly compensate for my insufficient talent, and I will definitely be able to achieve sainthood in the future. The disciples were excited, their eyes like red rabbits. Fivefold, what kind of concept is that? Many auxiliary cultivation techniques only increase cultivation speed by a few percent at most. Without exaggeration, once a spiritual body begins cultivating, their cultivation speed will be. They are perfectly capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the king. It could be said to be a heaven-defying, fate-altering cultivation technique. On the lecturing platform, the supreme elders were also shocked, staring at Yi Xiaoyao in disbelief, wanting to know the truth. There were too many cultivation techniques. They hadn't had time to look at them all. A fivefold increase in cultivation speed, they had never heard of such a thing. Only the three-eyed true monarch, with a strange expression, had basically seen them all, and he naturally understood this miraculous technique. He could say that this disciple would definitely surpass other holy lands partly because of this miraculous technique. Of course, this was limited to the true core and spirit realms. Above that, there wouldn't be such a huge boost. Didn't you see the cultivation method? The young man suddenly said, his lips dry, his hair standing on end. Cultivation method, isn't it just pain? Isn't it? Holy cow, self-castration. In an instant, everyone was frozen like statues, their faces filled with disbelief. Who would cultivate with this thing? Becoming stronger is one thing, but you can't sacrifice your entire life's happiness for it. Who could possibly endure this? The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. As for the female disciples, their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Little ancestor, did you perhaps write it wrong? A young man, his smile even uglier than a cry, cautiously inquired of Yi Xiaoyao. The others were also filled with anticipation. A fivefold increase in cultivation speed was too terrifying. No one could remain unmoved. Even the demonic sect would frantically try to seize it. They truly hoped the little ancestor would say there was a mistake in the record. Powerful as it was, this was too cruel. I didn't write it wrong. Male and female are divided into yin and yang. Neither male nor female is chaos, residing within it. Cultivation speed is already very fast, and with this technique, a fivefold increase in speed is not surprising. Yi Xiaoyao cleared his throat and seriously explained. All the elders' eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be explained away? However, regaining their composure and contemplating the profound principles within, after a long while, they all showed expressions of admiration. They truly felt it made sense. It was indeed worthy of Yi Xiaoyao. His comprehension was incredibly extraordinary. After he finished speaking, silence fell over the surroundings, each person's face ashen, like a dead child, utterly dejected. Some were also frantically struggling internally, looking at their own cultivation techniques, then at the various methods. It was difficult to choose. You don't need to worry too much. Self-castration is only temporary. When you reach the heavenly human realm, you can regenerate severed limbs, and then the sect leader will come out. Besides, some divine abilities, secret techniques, and great medicinal saint medicines can also regenerate severed limbs, especially for body-cultivating cultivators. They regenerate the fastest, Yi Xiaoyao reassured them. Seeing these disciples still hesitating, Yi Xiaoyao finally dropped a bombshell. A broken limb can regenerate, and there's a good chance it will become even stronger. What? The disciples were terrified, then overjoyed, their ears perked up. Creation! This was pure creation. Isn't it just enduring for a few years? Damn it, I'll endure. I'm not doing this to become strong, but to become powerful. As long as I can become powerful, I can cultivate anything, absolutely not just for future strength. Many disciples' hearts pounded. They gritted their teeth, resolutely choosing to cultivate. This fivefold increase in cultivation speed was too incredible, and besides, it could be restored later. So what was there to fear? The key was becoming bigger and stronger. Good, you are all good seeds of my Taijuan holy land. The future depends on you. The old man's face flushed with joy, and after speaking, he casually took out the sunflower manual beside Yi Xiaoyao, silently copied a part of it, and then discreetly put it back in his sleeve. Several other supreme elders also smiled, and some stepped forward, casually copying a portion of it. This cultivation method is very valuable for research. The old man with the immortal aura of the mountain clan cleared his throat and also copied a portion, his old hands trembling slightly. As a Dao-slaying king, this cultivation method was of no use to him. However, in some aspects, it was irreplaceable by any heaven-level or saint-level cultivation method. Yi Xiaoyao kept his eyes down, pretending not to see. Fellow disciples, cultivate diligently and strive to bring glory to our Taijuan in the upcoming competition. Yi Xiaoyao said with a smile, I will not disappoint the young master's expectations. Before, I lacked strength, but now I have it. In the upcoming competition, I will definitely sweep across the battlefield. 5,000 disciples were incredibly excited, clasping their hands and respectfully bowing to Yi Xiaoyao, expressing their gratitude. Then, each finding a suitable divine technique, they hurried away. The competition was drawing closer and closer. They couldn't afford to waste any time. Moreover, some techniques were too private and inappropriate to practice in front of everyone. After the crowd dispersed, the red-faced old man suddenly frowned and said, creating 100 earth-level techniques at once, if this gets out, it will surely cause a huge stir and be very detrimental to our junior brother. Yi Xiaoyao had already offended a large group of demonic cultivators during the Blood Cave trial. He also had an agreement with the Great Witch God. Many wanted to kill Yi Xiaoyao. The old man from the mountain clan also spoke up, expressing his worries. Both the righteous and demonic sides will assassinate some of the prodigies in the future. It's nothing unusual. But this time, it's different. Yi Xiaoyao can create cultivation techniques with the potential to break through the demonic Dao. Normally, the highest achievement for a disciple in the future would be the heavenly human realm, but now cultivating earth-level techniques, shortening the time. It's impossible to say whether they will surpass the heavenly human realm in the future. Strengthen the defenses of our junior brother. Assassination itself isn't a big deal, but I'm worried about some spies hidden in the Holy Land. These people can easily approach Yi Xiaoyao and easily succeed. Three-Eyed True Monarch made a decisive decision. Yi Xiaoyao, on the other hand, felt nothing. After discussing a few things with his senior brothers, he returned to his small building. Meanwhile, as the 100 cultivation techniques spread, the entire sacred land was in an uproar. The Holy Master was also astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He immediately emerged from his seclusion and began examining the techniques Yi Xiaoyao had created. Ha ha ha! Excellent, Xiaoyao! You are the greatest contributor to the Taijuan sacred land in thousands of years. From within the main hall, the Holy Master's loud laughter and joy could be heard. Thus, the 4th and 6th ancestors entered the scripture repository and began studying these 100 cultivation techniques. To astonishing, a single earth-level cultivation technique is so simple to cultivate. It's simply miraculous. From within the scripture repository, several old ancestors exclaimed in awe, feeling deeply that it was unimaginable. With their cultivation and knowledge, they were unable to fully comprehend the cultivation methods of these techniques. Yi Xiaoyao was also unaware of this. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the small building, waiting for the system's reward. At the same time, he was also looking at the suddenly visiting Taijuan Saint Sun. Now, Taijuan Saint Sun's aura had become unified, possessing a sense of Tai Chi profound mystery, and his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the true realm. Since he stopped suppressing his cultivation, Taijuan Saint Sun's cultivation progress had been incredibly rapid. May I ask, Junior Uncle, is it possible to create a heaven-grade cultivation technique? Taijuan Saint Sun asked anxiously. The emergence of 100 Earth-grade cultivation techniques was too astonishing. He had no doubt that his junior uncle had the ability to create a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Now that the competition was approaching, he wasn't absolutely certain of winning against the other Holy Land's holy sons. He could only persevere in seeking out Yi Xiaoyao. You want a heaven-grade cultivation technique? Doesn't the scripture repository have one? There are some, but none that are absolutely suitable. You know, I possess the Tai Chi divine body, and finding a suitable cultivation technique is incredibly difficult. A suitable divine ability is even rarer. The Taijuan Holy Sun smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat dejected. Without a suitable cultivation technique or divine ability, it's very difficult to unleash the full potential of this physique. In the mythical era, there was indeed a Tai Chi divine emperor, but unfortunately, his lineage was long lost, and he didn't leave behind any cultivation techniques or divine abilities. I can actually tailor a cultivation technique or divine ability for you, Yi Xiao said with a slight stir in his heart. After all, he had some free time, and he also wanted to try exploring shortcuts to expanding his cultivation techniques. For example, comprehending the divine body, measuring it to the body. The Taijuan Saint's son was directly stunned. He only dared to hope that his junior uncle could have some suitable divine technique or ability. Tailoring it to the body was something he didn't even dare to think about. This wasn't like making clothes. Are you sure it can be done? The Taijuan Saint's son's voice trembled. If it really happened, even at the Earth level, his combat power would increase significantly. Try it, sit in front of me. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Yi Xiao chuckled faintly, his eyes instantly flashing with a green light as he activated the Heavenly Eye technique. This divine ability could see through another person's blood and bones. With his aptitude, having read through various ancient texts, he had easily learned it. Under his gaze, the blood and flesh of the Taijuan Saint's son became incredibly small, his eyes seemingly transforming into X-ray scanners, blurry. Two completely different black and white energies flowed within the Taijuan Saint's son's body, like the Tai Chi diagram, infinitely miraculous. It seemed to contain the Tai Chi Tao of Yin and Yang. Is this the Tai Chi divine body? Yi Xiao was astonished, staring intently at the Tai Chi diagram without blinking, trying to decipher its profound mysteries. He intended to observe the divine body and the creation god technique. 1 day, 2 days. The Taijuan Saint's son sat motionless, his face filled with disbelief. Just staring at someone could create a technique? He had never seen anything like it before. However, he didn't dare move, patiently waiting. 3 days, 4 days, 8 days. Yi Xiao stared at the Taijuan Saint's son for a full 8 days. Seeing the Taijuan Saint's son shudder, he felt an urge to flee. Ding, you have observed the Tai Chi divine body's fundamental mysteries for 8 days, comprehended its workings, deeply explored the yin principles of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, and created the heaven-level beginner-level technique, Tai Yin Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Tai Yin Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, suitable for the Tai Chi divine body. The body transforms into Tai Yin, masters the power of extreme yin, and greatly enhances the strength of true essence. Just transform into a woman, and you can successfully cultivate. Little martial uncle, can you successfully create it? Taijuan Saint's son shifted his buttocks, finally unable to hold back, his eyes filled with anticipation. He hadn't moved for 8 days, and now sitting like this, he feared he would soon develop hemorrhoids. Successful. Yi Xiao lightly exhaled, his mind clear, and he understood a little. Then he chuckled, looking at Taijuan Saint's son, not knowing what to say. Tai Chi transforming into yin and yang. This is a divine body, not so easy to comprehend. Strictly speaking, his deepest guess was only half of it, which is Tai Yin, so he created the Tai Yin Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. When he thoroughly understands the principles of the sun, he can create the sun's method and probably can transform back into a male. Truly understanding it completely, he will definitely be able to create a sacred grade cultivation method. Really, that's great. Many thanks, Junior Uncle, for bestowing this technique, Tai. Juan Saint's son was overjoyed, suddenly adjusting his appearance and bowing respectfully to Yi Xiao. He was truly impressed, completely convinced. To be able to create a cultivation technique, and a heaven grade one at that. This was too shocking and unbelievable. Junior Uncle had once again redefined his understanding of heaven-defying talent. If this wasn't heaven-defying, who was? Yi Xiao maintained a smile, a lump in his throat, unsure whether to vomit or not. Then he took out a blank scroll. Using a dragon and phoenix-like brush, he began writing the Tai Yin Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. He used small, elegant, and ethereal characters, prompting Taijuan Saint's son to praise him greatly. This calligraphy was unparalleled. As soon as he finished, Taijuan Saint Sun excitedly lifted the scroll and carefully read it. This sutra contains the ultimate truth of Tai Yin, inexplicably aligning with my Tai Chi Dao, extremely gentle and extremely yin, putting all your strength into it. Amazing, truly skillful. The Taijuan Saint Sun was completely captivated, utterly mesmerized. He was utterly impressed by his junior uncle. Although it wasn't the yin-yang dual technique, only a single technique, it had presented the way of Tai Yin to its extreme. Bang! The Taijuan Saint Sun saw something. His eyes widened, and with a slap, he slapped himself. He confirmed he hadn't misseen. Not the kind of technique found in the Sunflower Manual, but a complete transformation into a woman, from transformation into a spirit. A Saint Sun transforming into a saintess. The Taijuan Saint Sun was stunned, completely bewildered. I wish I could just rip off my head and throw it into the cold water to sober up a bit. The junior uncle's creative techniques were always devilish. He had already prepared himself mentally. He wasn't sure if he couldn't even cut himself with a sword, since he could still grow back. But now, he underestimated his junior uncle's creativity. A man cultivating yin techniques can never reach the perfect state. After all, men are inherently young. Only by becoming a woman can one reach the ultimate yin. Yi Xiaoyao sincerely said, strictly speaking, this technique is only the first half. The second half is the ultimate yang. The two combined form the Tai Chi technique. At that point, restoring his male form won't be a problem. Taijuan Saint Sun. Thank you, junior uncle. Taijuan Saint Sun's mouth felt a little dry. He respectfully bowed, then awkwardly walked out of the small building. Ancestor, what's wrong with the Saint Sun? Elder Bai approached, turning his head in surprise to look at Taijuan Saint Sun's dejected figure. He must be happy. Yi Xiaoyao smiled. He was the one who created the Taijuan Saint Sun's cultivation method, not Bai Bai. Whether it was a disciple or a Saint Sun, they would all be members of his organization in the future. Moreover, he was preparing to create a cultivation method to exploit the other party. As for whether the Taijuan Saint Sun would cultivate it, the answer was definitely yes. Creating a custom cultivation method was too important to the Taijuan Saint Sun. Elder Bai was suspicious, but didn't think much of it. He was in a good mood lately and looked at Yi Xiaoyao admiringly. Your 100 cultivation methods now have quite a few disciples practicing them. Many of them have reached the half-step spirit realm, and their combat power has skyrocketed. In this competition, our Taijuan Holy Land will definitely win first place. Now, the Holy Land is like a newly born force, flourishing and growing stronger. All thanks to Yi Xiaoyao. Is that so? That's right. Yi Xiaoyao wasn't surprised, and was extremely pleased. He himself wasn't interested in participating in this competition, but that didn't mean he didn't take it seriously. On the contrary, he took it very seriously. If his disciples achieved good results, his created cultivation method would also gain fame, and then more and more people would practice his method. The Taijuan Holy Land was just the first step. In the future, he wanted to teach other holy lands, big and small sects, and then he would receive rewards. It will reach an incredible level. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The more cultivation techniques they practice, the more Yi Xiaoyao can control them. Eventually, he'll hold the entire righteous path in his hands. If they don't rebel, so be it. But if they do, he can destroy a sacred land as easily as taking something from his pocket. In a sense, Yi Xiaoyao is even more demonic than the demonic sect. Also, the matter of your creation of the cultivation techniques has been deliberately leaked out. Their intentions are unpredictable. Elder Bai suddenly said. Yi Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's the reaction? There's no reaction. Over 100 sets of cultivation techniques are too shocking and outrageous. Neither the demonic sect nor the sacred land can believe it, so your safety is temporarily secure. Elder Bai said with a smile. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Play mobile movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Don't even mention the outside world. If he hadn't clearly seen those 100 sets of cultivation techniques, he wouldn't have believed it either. With so many of our disciples cultivating your techniques, this can't be kept a secret. I guess it will scare those guys investigating to death. Young Saint of Kunlun, Su Cheng. Xiao was slightly startled, remembering the battlefield reporter. He is now considered the #1 celebrity in the Kengyuan realm, and Su Cheng played a major role in achieving this fame. It's that little fellow. The Taixuan Saint will handle it then. You don't need to worry about it. Elder Bai nodded. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoya's expression was strange. Su Cheng and the Taizhuan Saint's son were old acquaintances, having fought side by side in the Blood Cave trial. Their friendship was incredibly close, if the latter was cultivating the Taiyun Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. And after not seeing him for several days, his old friend had transformed into a woman. He didn't know what expression to make. Yi Xiaoya shook his head. His cultivation had been stagnant for a long time, and it was time to improve. 8 days had passed, and the rewards for teaching the 100 cultivation techniques should be coming soon. You're finally willing to cultivate? Elder Bai was stunned, almost bursting with joy. For over 3 months, the group hadn't cultivated at all, causing great distress to the high-ranking officials of the Holy Land. Now the high-ranking officials all thought Yi Xiao had given up on treatment. Having said that, he didn't disturb him further and quickly left the small building to activate the formation. He stood in the courtyard, his smile fading, a hint of gloom in his expression. It's a pity, the competition is only a few days away. The group is currently focused on cultivation, and their cultivation hasn't improved much. They'll be a bit weaker for the competition. If they had cultivated 3 months ago, their strength would have increased dramatically. During the competition, they would definitely have been able to overpower everyone else. It's truly a shame. Indeed, creating a cultivation technique can bring blessings to the sacred land, a merit that will last for eternity. But the price is slow personal progress. 3 months have already passed. In the cultivation of the Great Tao, time is precious. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Regardless of whether it's righteous or demonic, all the geniuses of the same generation are like eagles spreading their wings, soaring like kites in the wind. Only Yi Xiaoyao has stopped progressing. He once exerted all his strength to overwhelm the demonic geniuses, but it was nothing more than a fleeting flower that blooms and withers quickly. When he encounters the Penglai Saint Sun, the Heavenly Demon Sun, and others in the future, how will he handle himself? With countless races vying for supremacy, and geniuses vying for supremacy, endless glory will blossom. By then, Yi Xiaoyao will only be dust, left far behind by others. When the Sacred Land competition comes, and the young master sees a group of geniuses whose strength has skyrocketed, he should feel a sense of urgency and rush to cultivate, right? Elder Bai fell into deep thought. Yi Xiaoyao was too young. Experiencing some setbacks was ultimately beneficial. He truly didn't know. Yi Xiaoyao hadn't cultivated these days. His goal was this day. Calculating the time, 8 days had passed. Those who should have entered the sect had achieved the first stage, and those who should have achieved minor mastery had also achieved minor mastery. Inside the small building, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Yi Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on a cushion, the system's notification sound echoing in his ears. Ding! The Sun Sword Demon Slaying Technique has reached 10,000 cultivators, rewarding the Phoenix 9-leaf flower. Ding! The Unbreakable Demon Slaying Technique has reached 20,000 cultivators, rewarding the Buddhist relic. Ding! The Sunflower Treasure Codex has reached 20,000 cultivators, rewarding the True Yang Heavenly Fire. Ding! The Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Technique has reached 30,000 cultivators, rewarding the Dragon Tiger Divine Bone. Ding! The 8 Desserts Demon Slaying Palm has reached 10,000 cultivators, rewarding the Soul Nourishing Wood. Clang! The sounds in Yi Xiaoyao's ears never ceased, rewards pouring in. His breathing became somewhat rapid. The rewards for imparting Earth-level cultivation techniques and divine abilities were far more abundant than those for Zhuan-level techniques. Ordinary medicinal herbs, precious medicinal herbs, great medicines, heavenly medicines, sacred medicines, and divine medicines. The 9-leaf phoenix flower, a mythical treasure from the Age of Legend, has the effect of solidifying the foundation and strengthening true essence. It's a great medicine for creating an immortal foundation. Its effect is more than twice as powerful as the creation spirit liquid. The Buddhist relics, the essence of the entire body of a Vaira Bodhisattva above the heavenly human realm, cannot strengthen true essence, but they can greatly enhance the physical body. The strongest body refining method in the world, the Buddhist Golden Body Technique, holds the top spot. The title of Divine Soul Annihilation, yet the body immortal, enduring for 10,000 years. Refining relics allows for the forging of the legendary golden body. A partially perfected golden body possesses immense strength, comparable to divine weapons. Even those in the true core or spirit realm would find it difficult to break through its defenses. A truly indestructible diamond body. A perfected golden body achieves physical sainthood. Dragon tiger divine bones are used to transform the entire skeletal structure, making the body like divine bones, possessing the strength of a true dragon and white tiger. True young heavenly fire, ranked among the world's most wondrous fires, can burn everything. Its destructive power astonishing. Soul nourishing wood nourishes the divine soul. A cultivator's senses and spiritual perception largely rely on the power of the divine soul. The stronger the divine soul, the more powerful the senses, laying the foundation for future heavenly human realm cultivation. There are also numerous other rare treasures, whether for cultivation, physical enhancement, or various other valuable items like divine weapons and artifacts. Each type of resource, when released, is enough to reward the cultivators. Isaya was overjoyed. Cultivating step by step, no matter how fast, wouldn't get you anywhere. But having a large amount of equal cultivation resources is a different story. Holy lands also have resources, but they are ultimately limited, and where else can you find resources that are specially crafted? Yishaya calmed his mind. A cluster of golden flames floated into the void. The rune's temperature suddenly rose, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. True. Cha flowed from his hands, enveloping the flames, slowly refining them. For anyone else, this cluster of heavenly fire, if not handled carefully, would cause them to be consumed by fire and die a horrible death. But Yishaya wasn't worried. He possessed 4 types of divine truth, easily suppressing this flame. In an instant, the true young heavenly fire floated in the dantian, within the chassis, fluctuating wildly. Begin! Yishaya took out the 9-leaf phoenix flower. The 9 leaves resembled a phoenix, enveloped in fiery red light, and the scent of the medicine filled the air. With a whoosh, a cluster of heavenly fire enveloped the 9-leaf phoenix flower, refining its essence, instantly melting it into a fiery red pill. Yishaya's expression was solemn as he swallowed it. Boom! A massive surge of medicinal power exploded within him, violently surging through his entire being, as if threatening to burst him. This kind of medicinal power, let alone a true profound realm cultivator, even a true den realm cultivator couldn't withstand it. Whoever swallowed it would die. Fortunately, Yishaya didn't just possess 4 types of true Che. A wisp of chaotic Che surged from his dantian, seemingly a cosmic emperor's journey. Wherever it passed, those ferocious medicinal energies immediately withered and subsided. The medicinal energy cleansed his body and marrow, finally pouring into his dantian, where the surging true Che began to refine it. And Yishaya's cultivation also skyrocketed. True profound triple, true profound fourth, true profound fifth. The medicinal energy completely disappeared, almost entirely devoured. The true Che in his dantian also transformed into true essence, like a great river flowing downstream, becoming even more condensed and pure. Fortunately, I cultivate the Chaos Immortal Demon technique, the Great Emperor's scriptures, and my aptitude has reached the divine body level. With other techniques, this medicinal energy would probably take a month to refine. Yishaya exhaled softly, his aura becoming much more powerful. He didn't stop, but took out another large medicinal herb and began to refine it. This is a divine fruit, containing the great Tao, a divine fruit that the heavenly human realm desperately desires, capable of helping heavenly human realm cultivators break through bottlenecks. Yishaya directly swallowed it, and anyone who saw it would probably scold him for wasting a heavenly treasure. The Chaos Immortal Demon technique once again circulated, cultivating and progressing little by little. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yishaya's skin swelled up, and streaks of black blood seeped out. The medicinal power originally belonging to the phoenix 9-leaf flower spread from every corner of his body, like a sledgehammer, hammering against the peak of his true essence. The true essence continuously solidified. Even a trace of chaotic energy solidified the true essence. The peak of the true profound realm, solidifying the foundation. Until a certain moment, Yishaya almost solidified the liquid true essence into a fixed state. Only then did he stop. Immortal foundation. Crack. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. For a brief moment, as if breaking through some kind of limit, a ripple surged from Yi Xiaoyao's stanchion. Within it, the sea of true essence surged violently, seemingly reaching its limit. At the very center of the vortex, a 4-colored true elixir condensed, and Yi Xiaoyao's aura expanded several times incessantly. True Elixir Realm. Entering the True Elixir Realm in one night. This speed isn't uncommon, but to have such a solid foundation and progress so rapidly, Yi Xiaoyao is the only one in ancient and modern times. It's worth noting that the Taijuan Saint Sun and the Penglai Saint Sun, to solidify their foundations, spent 1 or 2 years at the peak of the True Zhuan realm. Yi Xiaoyao completed the process in one night, and his foundation was far stronger than that of those Saint Suns, surpassing even the ancient great emperors. Because of the crucial role of that chaotic energy, naturally, the resource consumption is also extraordinarily large, because due to the cultivation of the Chaos Immortal Demon technique, even sacred lands simply cannot afford it. Continue, advance to the spirit realm. Yi Xiaoyao opened his eyes, his whole body radiating an overwhelming pressure and astonishing aura. The spirit realm, the title of Grand Master, the ultimate limit of the world, the ultimate limit of true essence. Thinking of this, he once again took out a rare medicinal herb, refining it with true young heavenly fire. Refining, devouring. Refining, devouring. The cycle repeated. Now, in the era of Emperor Luo, the rare treasures of heaven and earth have been harvested and plundered for countless years, and the glory of the mythical era is long gone. Each medicinal herb, if sold in the outside world, would fetch an astronomical price, and even the heavenly human realm would want to reward them. If those old geezers saw Yi Xiaoyao eating medicinal herbs like snacks, they would surely be envious to the point of spitting blood. And in cultivation, time flies like sand, slipping through the fingers. With the competition approaching, the disciples of Taijuan were diligently cultivating, striving to achieve a good ranking. Some high-ranking officials were also preparing, searching for information on the prodigies of the major sacred lands, ready to respond in advance. Unbeknownst to everyone, the small group they had never really cultivated, focusing solely on creating new techniques, was experiencing a crazy rise in cultivation level. Early in the morning, the Taijuan Holy Land was shrouded in a layer of mist, the air fresh and cool. Outside the mountain gate, dozens of figures walked, led by an old man and a group of young boys, like a large duck leading its ducklings across a river, the procession orderly. I wonder how Brother Yi and the Taijuan Holy Sun are doing after 3 months. I've missed you very much. The young Kunlun Holy Son, Su Cheng, tidied his hair while looking in the mirror and said, "Uncle, I'm planning to write a news article for Brother Yi. Creating 100 new cultivation techniques in 3 months, whether true or false, is nothing short of impressive." Su Cheng was recently very pleased with himself, because he had already made it onto the Daoming reporter ranking list. We're here to exchange ideas, and incidentally, to see the strength of the current generation of Taijuan Holy Land, to prepare for the competition, not for you to write a news article. A muscular young man beside him scoffed. His name was Li He, a master of the Overlord physique and a skilled body cultivator. "You understand the Nightingale's song," Su Cheng said contemptuously, disdainfully dismissing the fact that these muscle-brained fools were lecturing him about their grandiose dreams. "Both of you shut up." Grandmother Taiyuan roared, truly fed up with these two. "Haha, Brother Taiyuan, it's been 1,000 years, and your demeanor remains unchanged." Grandmother Taijuan, along with all the elders, laughed loudly in greeting, accompanied by the now extremely handsome Grandmother Taijuan. "Grandmother, today I brought my juniors to see the world. I apologize for the disturbance." Grandmother Taiyuan smiled, clasped his hands, and said. Then his eyes flickered, looking at Grandmother Taijuan with surprise. He was still wearing a long robe, but he felt something was different. However, he didn't think much of it. In an instant, Grandmother Taiyuan was invited by the grandmother to chat in the main hall, while Grandmother Taijuan led Su Cheng and the group of Kunlun juniors into the sacred land for sightseeing. Most of them were teenagers, curiously observing along the way. 3 months have passed, and Brother Taijuan has become even more handsome. Su Cheng followed behind, constantly glancing at the face of the Taijuan Saint Sun. His eyebrows were like distant mountains, his skin like solidified fat. He was exceptionally handsome, possessing an inexplicable charm. This left Su Cheng feeling uncertain and apprehensive. The Taijuan Saint's son's expression was indifferent, showing no reaction to this thought. Continuing forward, Su Cheng didn't think too much about it, following the Taijuan Saint's son as they climbed the Cultivation Mountain. The mountainside, leveled by a great divine power, had been transformed into a grand formation, serving as the Taijuan disciples' training ground for divine powers. Extraordinarily vast. I wonder how the disciples of Taijuan train. I'm really looking forward to it. This time I'm here for an exchange. I can't wait to have a discussion with the Taijuan disciples. Seeing the vast cultivation formation in the distance, the disciples of Kunlun were all a little excited. They came here for two reasons. Firstly, to broaden their horizons, and secondly, to exchange ideas and discuss the path of cultivation with their peers. At the same time, they wanted to see the legendary Taijuan group, the legendary figure who overpowered the heavenly demon sun. Now, Yi Zhao's reputation is illustrious in all the major sacred lands, and he has become a role model for many young people. Some admire him, while others are unconvinced. Humph, HMPH. Oh, that hurts so much. Strange noises echoed in the courtyard, breaking the peaceful atmosphere of Taijuan Holy Land. The Kunlun disciples were all surprised and puzzled. The sound was somewhat mournful, enough to send shivers down one's spine. When everyone climbed onto the square and saw the training scenes of the Taijuan disciples, they were all stunned. They had seen other sacred land cultivation formations before, where people displayed various divine abilities and underwent rigorous training. Sweating profusely were not uncommon, but this scene before them truly made them tremble. What are they doing? Making hot pot. Li He pointed to the young man in the hot pot, the fire below blazing fiercely, almost boiling over. Beside him, disciples occasionally sprinkled some green grass or medicinal herbs, then added more fuel to the fire. The art of ascetic body cultivation. The Taijuan Saint Sun said expressionlessly. Saint Sun, I'm still young. You shouldn't deceive me. Li He's eyes widened in disbelief. Among his generation, he was a master of body cultivation, possessing extraordinary knowledge, yet he had never seen such a display of body cultivation. Moreover, there were several such large groups, at least 100 of them. It feels like the Taijuan Holy Land is quite different from the legends. How can there be a patriarch here? Su Cheng, holding the commemorative stone, also widened his eyes slightly. He saw a dozen or so people brutally beating a young man. The beaten youth let out a blood-curdling scream, terrifying the group of young boys behind him. Especially when they saw one person relentlessly kicking the screaming youth in the lower body, it sent shivers down their spines. That's also body cultivation. What kind of nonsense is that you call patriarch body cultivation? Taijuan brother, I'm not saying this to be mean, but we are a righteous holy land. If someone else sees it, they will report it. Su Cheng's face darkened. In his hand, he held a commemorative stone tablet. How did this thing get out there? It would definitely be on the Daoming's headlines. Shocking. The Taijuan Holy Land's Paoling incident appears. I said, they're cultivating. The Taijuan Holy Sun rolled his eyes, giving Su Cheng a strangely alluring feeling. He couldn't help but shiver, his mind filled with uncertainty. How did his gender shift happen? And what about this one? Li He entered the cultivation formation and saw a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes darting sideways, seemingly with a serious, sharp gaze. One eye looked at him curiously, the other was staring behind him. That eerie feeling frightened the Kunlun disciples, making their hair stand on end. He's cultivating a secret technique. The Taijuan Holy Sun explained seriously, his eyes filled with admiration. Obviously, this young man's mind-dispersing great technique had reached a certain level of mastery. Just then, with a whoosh, Su Cheng's face was splattered with blood. He had just turned his head when he saw a Taijuan disciple holding a sword, a gaping wound in his chest gushing blood. The scene was terrifying. Brother, what's wrong with you? Su Cheng! Exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to snatch the sword. Get out of the way! Don't disturb my cultivation! The man glared, and Su Cheng immediately stopped. The wound on the man's chest quickly closed. Before Su Cheng could breathe a sigh of relief, the man directly opened the newly closed wound again with the sword, blood gushing out and splattering all over Su Cheng. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. Su Cheng was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? The righteous, the sacred land is always bustling with activity and bright sunshine. But before him, there wasn't a single normal person. No, there must be. Su Cheng looked towards the Taijuan Saint Sun with a feeling of good fortune. It was fortunate that this person was here. Otherwise, he would have thought he had entered some strange place. And the always arrogant and domineeringly he was now walking through the cultivation grounds like a well-behaved child. They saw disciples with their bodies covered in sharp swords, like giant hedgehogs. Some disciples were constantly striking out with their bare hands, their hands swollen like giant palm leaf fans, still frantically striking. There were also disciples swallowing sharp swords, a terrifying sight. What kind of cultivation is this? What kind of cultivation technique is this that can be so monstrous? Forget it. Li He's face was full of worrying. He considered himself stronger than those other disciples, but he didn't dare challenge them. These disciples seemed extraordinary. Moreover, he had witnessed a certain hidden place, a disciple performing self-castration. It was shocking. Was he really that brave? Taijuan Saint Sun, your sect. Okay, please take me to see Brother Yi. Su Cheng sighed, feeling utterly helpless, and patted Taijuan Saint Sun's shoulder. Taijuan Saint Sun frowned, seemingly displeased, and recoiled slightly. Then, Su Cheng's hand slid down, coincidentally touching Taijuan Saint Sun's chest. Su Cheng was stunned, looking at his hand, then at Taijuan Saint Sun's chest, and instinctively reached out to touch it. Holy cow! Holy cow! Su Cheng recoiled, his face filled with disbelief. His black hair stood on end as if struck by lightning. What are you doing? The Taijuan Saint Sun's faces turned pale as they stared at him. How did you turn into a woman? Su Cheng stammered, his face contorted as if he'd seen a ghost. Although young, he had seen vast landscapes and ancient texts, but he had never witnessed such a bizarre thing. During the Blood Cave trial, he was 100% certain that the Taijuan Saint Sun was male. How could he have become a woman after only a few days? How could two rabbits be separated? And how could they distinguish between male and female? He felt his fragile mind receiving an unprecedented shock. I am male, the Taijuan Saint Sun said with a murderous expression. A man with breasts, and so big at that, Su? Cheng was dumbfounded, comparing himself to a group of Kunlun disciples. Li He and the others beside him also understood, and they all looked at the chest of the Taijuan Saint Sun. It was like discovering a flower petal. They were equally shocked, their worldview shattered. The Taijuan Saint Sun was wearing a loose robe. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't see it, but upon closer inspection, it really was bulging. Man, dare you spout nonsense again? I'll kill you. The Taijuan Saint Sun's eyes were malevolent, looking as if he wanted to kill someone. His whole body exuded a vast aura, incredibly oppressive. Seeing this, Su Cheng gasped, thinking to himself, Saint Sun, no, Taijuan Saintess, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? Why is this aura so terrifying? He felt the strength of the person before him surpass that of the Penglai Saint Sun. Strong. Very strong. I want to be alone. Su Cheng stroked his head, feeling that he had absorbed a lot of information today. First, he saw a group of Taijuan disciples practicing their demonic cultivation. Then he discovered that his good brother had turned into a good sister. He didn't know if he was going crazy, or if this world had gone crazy. However, he had a feeling that all of this was somehow related to Yi Xiao. It was related to those 100 rumored cultivation techniques. Taijuan Holy Land had never heard of such a bizarre thing before. HMPH. Taijuan Holy Sun coldly snorted, casually found a disciple to attend to Su Cheng, and then left. He didn't want to deal with this guy. Brother, can you give me a definite answer? Is this how these disciples usually cultivate? Su Cheng couldn't help but ask. Of course, he didn't dare ask the question about the Taijuan Saintess. Not before, but now they're all cultivating the techniques created by the group. Feng Che said with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. This person was the first to cultivate the techniques created by Yi Xiao. Really, aren't you afraid of making mistakes? No, judging by their appearance, they've already developed some kind of mental disorder. Li He was very shocked. looking at the group of disciples cultivating behind him as if looking at a bunch of mentally deficient people. Obviously, these disciples had all been crippled by Yi Xiao. What do you know? The group's techniques, not only are they faster to cultivate, but they're also far more powerful than other techniques. Feng Che angrily cursed, feeling his idol had been tarnished. These days, it wasn't just him. More than half of the True Profound Realm and True Den Realm disciples had seen their strength skyrocket. Many had even broken through the bottlenecks that had held them back for years after cultivating the Sunflower Manual, reaching the half-step spirit realm. That cultivation speed stunned even the high-ranking officials of the Holy Land. Fast, powerful. You're kidding me. They're all jumping into a cauldron of boiling oil. It's a miracle they didn't die on the spot. This damn cultivation technique, even a dog wouldn't practice it. Even an idiot would shake their head at it. Behind Su Cheng, a group of young men shook their heads in relief. They were fortunate to be from the Kunlun Holy Land. If they were in the Taijuan Holy Land, they would have long since been humiliated by that legendary Taijuan ancestor. They had initially felt some curiosity and admiration. But now, Yi Xiaoyao's status in their hearts had plummeted to freezing point. HMPH, in 2 days, our two sacred lands will hold a discussion. Then you'll know. Feng Che snorted coldly, disdainfully not bothering with further explanation. The Kunlun disciples were coming here, so a discussion was unavoidable. At that time, he would fiercely beat these black-hearted disciples. Come, I'll shatter your illusions and make you see the light. Cultivation must be done step by step. All these strange and bizarre things are not only useless, but they also corrupt the students. This is harmful. Li Yi also lost his temper, sneering at Li He. He felt he needed to save a Taijuan disciple's fallen soul. Seeing this, Su Cheng didn't try to dissuade him. He was also very curious about the cultivation methods these Taijuan disciples practiced. Ultimately, it is possible or not to become stronger. If it's impossible, then the matter of the 100 cultivation techniques is just a misunderstanding and a baseless rumor. If it is possible, it's highly unlikely. Not to mention him, even the Holy Lord of Kunlun Holy Land couldn't believe that 100 cultivation techniques could be created in 3 months. This is too unbelievable. On the other side, in the small building, Yi Xiao sat down with his eyes closed. A gentle breeze swept through the empty room, and his aura finally reached its limit again. Peak of the 9th stage of True Core. Boom! A dull rumble like thunder erupted from within him. Blood gushed from Yi Xiaoyao's 7 orifices, and the cushion beneath him shattered. He remained unmoved, his surging true essence still attempting to break through the spirit realm barrier. Boom! Another dull rumble, blood gushing from Yi Xiaoyao's pores, but at the same time, a sound like shattering glass rang out. That was the sound of his true core shattering. Crack! The Danshan exploded again, the fist-sized true core shattered, and a surging spiritual pressure dispersed. A tiny figure, identical to Yi Xiaoyao, with 4 different colors, slowly crawled out from within the true core. Its large, lively eyes devoured the fragments of the true core one by one. Its entire body exuded a powerful aura. The spiritual infant had condensed. For days, he had truly entered the spiritual realm. It's really not easy. Yi Xiaoyao opened his eyes, his gaze terrifying, releasing an extremely powerful pressure, as if he were the lord of this world. This gave Yi Xiaoyao a feeling of surging power, as if he could shatter the heavens and earth. In the spiritual realm, breaking the core and becoming an infant, one's sensitivity to the heaven and earth's vital energy is extremely keen. One can borrow the great power of heaven and earth, capable of shattering mountains and splitting lakes with a wave of the hand, or even soaring through the air. He roams freely in the world, possessing great freedom, earning the title of Grand Master. His formidable power is far beyond what any cultivator in the true core realm can compare to. Without exaggeration, he could crush even a mere finger of a Penglai Saint Sun. However, the resource consumption is also quite exorbitant. Fortunately, I cultivate the Chaos Immortal Demon technique, possessing 4 types of true essence and a trace of chaotic energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to digest it all in such a short time. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie. Subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Yi Xiaoyao sighed. The system's resource rewards were only a part of the picture. The 27-story tower's spiritual medicine treasury was completely depleted. So many resources, enough for 10 people to advance from the true core stage to the spirit realm, yet it only barely allowed him to break through. However, he wasn't disappointed. To put it bluntly, the abundance and purity of his true essence were far superior to that of an ordinary divine body. The reason lay in his absorption of 4 types of fundamental divine essences, 4 types of true essence. Yi Xiaoyao flicked his finger, and a stream of true essence shot out, instantly shattering the treasure hanging on the side of the room. He showed a satisfied expression. Next, he just needed to adapt to and thoroughly control this power. There are also the system's rewards of the Diamond Relic and the Dragon Bone Divine Technique. I need to utilize them more to strengthen myself in every aspect. Yi Xiaoyao stroked his chin, pondering his 100 creations of cultivation techniques. Finally, his eyes lit up. Creating cultivation techniques isn't about personalization, is it? Why not try creating some divine techniques specifically for myself? He recalled the scene of the Taijuan Saint Sun creating cultivation techniques, which sparked his inspiration. The same techniques could only unleash 99% of their potential, or 10% at most. But if he created them specifically, cultivating the divine techniques that best suited him, the power could be unleashed 12%, or even higher. Thinking of this, his eyes brightened. Of course, to avoid the system, with his heaven-defying comprehension, he didn't want to truly create something for himself. Just then, Elder Bai's voice came through. Little ancestor, the disciples of Kunlun Holy Land and Taijuan Holy Land are having a discussion. The Holy Master wants you to go. A discussion. Not interested, Yi Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, shook his head slightly. With his own created cultivation technique, those guys from Kunlun Holy Land would probably be in for a major setback. He was too lazy to get involved. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind and he said, okay, I'll go take a look. He needed a reference point for his own divine abilities. Observing and gathering inspiration and guidance was a good option. Please give me some praise and a small gift. Yi Xiaoyao washed away the black blood from his body, changed into a white cotton robe, and then slowly walked out of the small building. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling his hair, and he felt a refreshing sensation. Among the young men from Kunlun Holy Land who have come this time, are there any with formidable combat power? Yi Xiaoyao strolled along, casually asking. From Cheng is at the peak of the true core realm, and there's another body-cultivating cultivator, only 13 years old, whose physical strength surpasses that of a true core cultivator. There's also a girl, Sukiao, at the peak of the true core realm, with very powerful and elegant sword techniques. Elder Bai praised them profusely, emphasizing the words true core with a lot of emphasis, seemingly hoping that Yi Xiaoyao, encountering a peerless genius of his generation, would rise like a kite in the wind, and that he would learn from his shame and bravely pursue them. He felt that Yi Xiaoyao, still stuck at the true profound realm, was a bit too weak. Yi Xiaoyao glanced at him, silently shaking his head. True core. I'm already a grand master of the spirit realm. He didn't boast, too lazy to say more. Now, because of cultivating the Chaos Immortal Demon technique, he even had a trace of chaotic energy protecting him, which even a Dao-slaying king couldn't see through. That's all. He'll go to the Supreme Profound Realm. The arena was a specialized training ground for disciples to compete in gladiatorial combat. The vast grounds were filled with numerous fighting platforms, the largest in the center, spanning approximately 1,000 feet in length and width. At this moment, a considerable number of Taijuan disciples were gathering, numbering in the thousands, while on the other side were dozens of energetic young men from the sacred land. On one side of the square, a dozen or so figures sat observing from seats, mostly Taijuan elders, but also Taijuan holy lords. Beside the holy lords stood the heavenly Yuan holy master of the Kunlun Holy Land. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena became heated. Even before the fight began, the Taijuan disciples were already clamoring. I'll go. I finally achieved great mastery of my divine abilities. I must fight the first battle. Junior brother, the battle is perilous. You can't handle it. Leave it to your elder brother. Bah, otherwise, let's have a little sparring match. Whoever wins gets to go up there. The disciples of Taijuan Pavilion tore at each other, jostling and pushing, all wanting to go up to the stage to fight the disciples of Kunlun. Some even took out their cultivation tools, smashing them everywhere, sending Grayset flying everywhere. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'll go. Since cultivating Yi Xiangya's techniques, the disciples' strength had improved rapidly, and they all wanted to compete with other holy lands to verify their knowledge. Seeing this, the disciples of Kunlun Pavilion were stunned for a moment, then all became furious. That's incredibly arrogant. Do you really think we're all soft targets that you can just grab and squeeze? Li He, with his short temper, exploded at this moment. He felt these Taizhuan disciples were humiliating them. He was considered a top-tier prodigy in the Holy Land. Which of his peers wouldn't offer him respect? Yet, upon arriving at the Taizhuan Holy Land, a bunch of ordinary disciples wanted to challenge him. Doesn't that show my pride? They're truly too arrogant. I want to beat them up. A young boy behind him gritted his teeth. Su Cheng, the young saint of Kunlun, also had a dark expression, feeling an inexplicable itch in his heart, wanting to kick those 3 8-footed disciples in the face with his 4-2 horseshoes. Holy Master, you Taizhuan disciples are quite arrogant. This isn't a good thing. The Heavenly Yuan Holy Master frowned, his heart filled with dissatisfaction. He didn't understand where these ordinary Taizhuan disciples got their inexplicable confidence from, daring to challenge his Kunlun Holy Land's elite disciples. Haha, we've been stuck in the Taizhuan Holy Land for so long, it's rare to see such a thing. It's inevitable that disciples from other sacred lands will want to compete with each other, the Taizhuan Holy Lord said with a casual laugh. Now in this sacred land, ordinary disciples can already compare to the elite disciples of other sacred lands. Their strength is incredibly abnormal. Is that so? Don't stumble and fall. A cultivator should cultivate steadily, not be arrogant or conceited. If you encounter obstacles, you won't easily be able to get back up. Grandmother Taiyuan shook his head. He called himself a grandmother because he was proficient in various divine techniques and magical abilities. If he were to lecture, there would definitely be no place for him in Kunlun. He knew that arrogance was unacceptable. Just then, a young man in white, carrying a book-like aura, slowly approached and stepped onto the platform, observing from the side of the arena and the side of the grandmother. In an instant, the chaotic scene quieted down. Thousands of Taizhuan disciples fell silent, gazing enthusiastically at Yi Xiaoyao, hastily bowing respectfully. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. The loud voices shook the surroundings, leaving Li He and the other Kunlun elites stunned. The Taizhuan disciples were so arrogant, yet this guy could command such respect from them. It was truly unbelievable. That's Yi Xiaoyao, a sword. Li He was surprised. He saw that the young man's figure had a fair, handsome face, his hair tied back with a headscarf. He not only possessed a scholarly air, but also a hint of ethereal charm, a naturally captivating aura that commanded admiration. His reputation among the Taizhuan disciples is so high, almost matching that of you, the Holy Master. Grandmother Taiyuan was astonished. No matter what sacred land's saint son, none could achieve this. All the disciples' divine techniques and abilities were taught by him. Grandmother Taizhuan said with a smile when he saw Yi Xiaoyao approaching. To watch the battle, to forge my own path, Yi Xiaoyao said casually, without concealment. Upon hearing this, the Grandmother Taiyuan, and all the elders exchanged glances, speechless. To forge one's own path before even reaching the Tao, flaying realm that was simply too exaggerated. Disciples' divine techniques and abilities, taught by Grandmother Yi Xiaoyao. Are those rumored 100 sets of techniques real? Grandmother Taiyuan muttered to himself, then shook his head in disbelief. He was proficient in various divine techniques and knew how difficult it was to create them. To have created 100 at once was like a girl falling from the sky. The others fell silent, quietly watching the battle. Following an elder's declaration, the battle officially began. A young man in green robes from the Kunlun Holy Land leapt onto the arena, wielding a long sword, his aura fierce. He was indeed at the 7th level of the true realm. Haha, this is my first disciple, named Su Shen, whose swordsmanship has reached the sword intent level. The Heavenly Yuan Holy Master laughed heartily, his voice filled with unconcealed pride. At only 13 or 14 years old, he had already comprehended sword intent. This talent was unmatched among his generation. Sword intent, not bad. The Taizhuan Holy Master praised. Sword chest, sword intent, sword heart, these are the 3 stages of swordsmanship. Most remain at the sword cha level, but those who can reach sword intent, even from immortal lineages, are top-tier geniuses. Feng Che, you go up. Before the disciples could scramble onto the platform, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. If the purpose was to observe and gain inspiration and guidance, it was best to have a slightly lower cultivation level than the opponent, lest a barrage of powerful divine abilities directly obliterate them. Thank you, young master. Feng Qi's spirits lifted, and he quickly stepped onto the platform, gripping his long saber. His entire aura erupted. He was at the 6th level of True Core, one level lower than his opponent. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. Su Chen frowned, disdainfully saying, bring that 9-stage True Core. You're no match for me. No matter what, he was a high-level sword intent expert, capable of crushing opponents of the same realm. Moreover, this was just an ordinary Taijuan disciple whose cultivation was inferior to his. Who are you looking down on? Today I will definitely make you kneel down and admit defeat. Feng She immediately flew into a rage, his tone becoming sharp and piercing. He had cultivated over 20 divine techniques and divine abilities, making him a top-tier expert among his generation. You don't know your own limits. All right, I'll finish you off in one move. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. No need for further words. Beckoning with his finger, come here. He wanted to show these Taijuan disciples what instant annihilation meant. Seeing this, Feng Qiu was furious. Who was he looking down on? Concentrated demon slaying technique. Bloodstained demon slaying technique. W. Oud spirit demon slaying technique. 9. Nether mad demon blade. Feng Qiu roared, his eyes fixed on the stendalites of Kunlun, suddenly slashing his own carotid artery with his blade. Blood gushing out. The entire arena was stained crimson, a dazzlingly bright red. Su Chen was splattered with blood, feeling dizzy. What the hell was going on? They were supposed to be fighting. What did he mean by self-harm? Was he faking a collision? Seeing Feng Qi's face turn pale and his blood almost drying up, Su Chen finally panicked. His legs felt like jelly. He really wanted to kneel down and admit defeat, begging Feng Qiu not to die. Holy cow, someone committed suicide. Someone committed suicide. Our disciple didn't lay a hand on anyone. He absolutely didn't. The commemorative stone records it all. Everyone can testify. It really has nothing to do with our disciple. The young men of Kunlun were shocked. Li He's face also turned pale, and he hurriedly pointed at the commemorative stone in Su Cheng's hand and shouted. After shouting, he turned to Feng Che and said in a trembling voice, Brother, let's talk things over properly. Can we stop the bleeding first? We admit that what we said was a bit extreme, but you can't commit suicide, can you? What's wrong? The Heavenly Yuan Saint Master was also surprised and suddenly stood up. A good fight, and you start by faking being hit. What's the point of fighting? However, he looked around, and whether it was the Saint Master, Yi Xiao, or those disciples, they were all indifferent. On the contrary, their expressions were excited. The Heavenly Yuan Saint Master was shocked. For 1,000 years, nothing unusual had happened in the Taijuan Holy Land. Only Su Cheng's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, Su Shen, be careful. He realized that this was the blood-stained demon-slaying technique. In the Blood Cave trial, the Taijuan disciples displayed the most abnormal techniques, becoming stronger by drawing blood. Was it really that exciting just after stepping onto the stage? Meanwhile, on the stage, Su Shen's legs slowly knelt down, begging Feng Qiu not to die. Hearing this, he was stunned. The next moment, the blood gushing from Feng Qi's neck surged to 6/10 of its normal intensity, his cultivation subtly surpassing Su Shen's by a little. Not only that, the wood spirit demon slaying technique frantically healed his injuries. The blood that was about to dry up regenerated, drawing blood and creating blood simultaneously, a perfect cycle. Amazing! What a coincidence! Yi Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, understanding the situation. The combination of these two techniques was simply flawless. Compensate for deficiencies with excesses. The Dharma and the General are in harmony. He seemed to have found his direction. A flash of inspiration flickered in his mind. Pages of martial arts manuals flowed through his brain, and he fell into enlightenment. Slash! The sword energy surged like a great river of the underworld flowing into the East Sea, creating turbulent waves, carrying a chilling aura, and slashed towards Su Shen. I'm like a sow nursed for 3 months, with tightly controlled cultivation. Can you withstand it? I cultivate the sunflower manual, enduring humiliation with my cultivation. Can you withstand it? Feng Che roared, his blood-stained robes, his madness like a demon, his overwhelming aura crashing towards Su Shen. It was too illogical. Clearly, he was only at the 6th level of the true core realm, but with the blessing of various divine techniques, he seemed to become an invincible war god. Earth-level sword technique, perfected. Su Shen also reacted, his expression changing drastically, filled with disbelief. He clearly felt that the extremely powerful sword energy was definitely a perfected sword technique. But how could this be? Even a low-level divine technique within the Earth realm would take a year or a half to perfect. The most crucial point was that the opponent's techniques all seemed to be perfected. This was even more outrageous. Infinite sword, sword kill. Without time to think further, Su Shen held his breath and concentrated. His long sword trembled, shooting out like lightning. A towering sword light about 3 feet 3 inches long, mixed with unparalleled killing intent, clashing with the wine banner's sword light. Clang! In an instant, the overwhelming sword energy directly destroyed the sword intent, obscuring Su Shen, causing his face to turn pale. Like a tidal wave crashing against the shore, his body was sent flying backward off the arena. One blow. Su Shen was defeated. How is this possible? I possess sword intent. I can fight even a 9th level opponent. How can I be defeated by a 6th level opponent? Su Shen's mouth bled, his face filled with disbelief. Little did he know, Funky's sword technique was not only perfected, but under the effect of the concentrated demon flaying technique, its power had increased. And with the addition of the blood demon technique, his perfected sword technique's combat power was no less than that of an ordinary 9th level opponent. Hiss! What the hell is this? Li He and the other Kunlun disciples stared in astonishment, questioning their existence. Is this your Taijuan Holy Land's elite of the elite? Jiayuan Holy Master was also greatly shocked, turning to ask. He also didn't believe this was an ordinary disciple. How could an ordinary disciple possess such abnormal combat power? Moreover, the technique he displayed was likely a level divine ability, a perfected realm, indicating extraordinary comprehension. He's just an ordinary disciple. The Holy Master smiled, casually waving his hand. Holy light, like silk, stopped the bleeding from Feng Qi's neck and healed him. Feng Che respectfully bowed in gratitude, then excitedly descended from the arena. He won and felt very comfortable. I don't believe it. The Heavenly Yuan Holy Master narrowed his eyes, feeling that this old friend was just putting on a brave face, clearly an elite disciple, yet disguised as an ordinary one. He pointed at Li He, this body cultivation expert. You go up and spar. No matter what, losing the first match so decisively was truly humiliating. He absolutely had to regain his honor. Li He was at the 9th stage of true core, his physique far surpassing others of the same level. With his strength, he believed that in the Taijuan Holy Land, apart from the Taijuan Holy Sun and Little Golden Diamond, there were few who could be his match. Who among you will come up and fight? Li He roared, furious. He felt that Feng Che, that shameless fellow, had deceived him and committed suicide. Yi Xiao snapped back to reality, a flash of inspiration in his eyes, burning even brighter. He had gained some understanding, but still needed a battle to verify it. Yi Xiao looked at a young man in the crowd. This battle would be helpful for his creation of the physical body cultivation method. Both of them were body cultivating cultivators. All right, thank you, young master. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. A handsome young man, in high spirits, eagerly awaited the opportunity to perform in front of the group, a dream he longed for, hoping to receive some guidance. He quickly ascended the stage, his entire body bulging with muscles, like a young calf. Chuzan, a true core 8th level cultivator. What caught people's attention was not only his robust physique, but also his sideways glance. Is that you? Li He recognized the newcomer. It was the same guy with the eye problem from the cultivation arena. Come on, let's fight. Chuzan looked straight ahead, laughing loudly. Li He looked at the guy in front of him, speaking to the air 3 meters to his left, his raging anger instantly extinguished. That gaze. What's going on? How could there be a disabled person in this Taijuan holy land? I'm here. Li He's lips were dry, and he watched as the strong young man turned to his right, refusing to face him. Whether it was underestimating him or not, he quickly realized the situation was so serious that it was beyond treatment. Then he saw the strong young man point to the air 3 meters to the right and shout, "Come on, fight!" Before Li He could even call for replacements from the Taijuan Holy Land, he heard a group of Taijuan disciples below the stage praising him, filled with envy and jealousy. Senior brother Chuzun's mind separation great technique has reached a high level. He's acting like he doesn't care about anyone. He only achieved a minor level a few days ago. He's really amazing. If only I could reach that level. Li He, this disciple's serious gaze. Could it be some kind of divine ability? Grandmother. Tianyuan's eyelids twitched slightly as he uncertainly inquired of the grandmother. As a grandmother, he considered himself knowledgeable about all the martial arts in the world. Even if he didn't know, he could at least make a guess. But given the current situation, he truly couldn't guess. Haha, this divine ability is called mind-splitting great method. To achieve mastery, one needs to reach a state of complete disregard for others, a state where enemies are present in one's heart. An elder who had studied this divine ability stroked his beard and chuckled. Are you sure it's not a case of going mad and causing serious eye problems? Grandmother Tianyuan questioned, feeling the other party was overestimating his intelligence. Regarding this, Yi Xiao has the right to speak. This divine ability is his creation, the grandmother said proudly. Grandmother Tianyuan looked at Yi Xiao, his expression uncertain. Are all young people so perverted these days? Is quick reflexes called divine power? Just watch and see. Yi Xiao said calmly, his eyes shining brightly, his mind continuing to deduce the divine power that suited his cultivation method. The Heavenly Yuan Saint Master didn't believe it, but still patiently watched the arena. Meanwhile, on the stage, Li He was also a little unsteady. I don't believe a disabled person can be my opponent. Li He decisively stopped thinking, coldly snorted, and directly attacked. His right arm muscles bulged, seemingly possessing explosive power. His waist twisted, and he threw a punch towards the disabled person in front of him. At the true profound realm, his strength was limited to 400,000 pounds, but now that his realm had increased to true Den 9th stage, it was no longer restricted. After several years of cultivation, it had reached 3 million pounds, killing a barbarian bull with one hand as easily as taking something from his pocket. As soon as he struck, the air was blasted with explosive sounds. Don't mess up the demon-slaying technique. Chuzun roared, his already robust body instantly expanding, his skin as tough as oxhide, his whole appearance resembling a glaring vira from Buddhism. This physique isn't even worthy of fighting me. Li He sneered, but before he could finish, his face suddenly twitched. Chuzun was mimicking a roar, dragon-tiger body tempering technique. A dragon's roar and a tiger's howl erupted within Chuzun's body, and then his body grew another size larger. His skin darkened, like the tough bark of an old tree, and his muscles became incredibly bulging, with dragon and tiger markings appearing and disappearing behind him. A powerful sense of oppression almost threatened to collapse the arena. Damn, two body refining techniques, and both are perfected. Li He's face turned pale. Body refining techniques are the most difficult to cultivate. Without several years of effort, one shouldn't even dream of achieving mastery, let alone perfecting them. He had cultivated for several years, and had only managed to perfect one body refining technique. Bang! Zhou Zun of the Taijuan Holy Land threw a punch, fiercely colliding with Li He's fist. It was like two ancient savage bulls clashing, flesh against flesh, causing ripples to spread through the air. Zhou Zun retreated several steps, while Li He only took one. Fortunately, I possess the Overlord physique, innate divine strength. However, isn't he visually impaired? Li He was shocked. He discovered that the other party at a 45-degree angle was looking up at the sky, yet he could accurately block his punch. Is this a disabled person? This is utterly unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, the two fought side by side, their fists striking flesh, creating an incredibly intense visual impact. Li He, with his overlord physique, clearly held the upper hand, as his initial physique leaned towards physical strength, giving him a significant advantage. Even so, this left the young man of Kunlun sect utterly astonished. What kind of body strengthening technique is this guy from the Taijuan Holy Land cultivating? How can he engage in close combat with Li He to this extent? The Kunlun youths watched with wide eyes. In close combat, few in Kunlun sect could defeat Li He. Later, they became even more astonished. That guy named Zhozun, whose eyes were focused into different directions, couldn't see Li He at all, yet he could accurately engage in close combat with him. This was as absurd as a blind man with a 5.0 vision rating. Moreover, bang! Chuzun's right fist collided with Li He's, and his left fist simultaneously struck Li He's chest. That's impossible. Li He's chest heaved with blood, his eyes wide with shock. Combat requires intense concentration. Close quarters combat only allows for one strike at a time. Distraction leads to a swift death. This person before him clearly had poor eyesight, never looking at him, yet he could always block his attacks. That was bad enough. But how could he simultaneously deliver another blow? Left hand punch, right hand technique. It defied common sense. Bang, bang, bang. Li He grew increasingly terrified as the fight progressed. This disabled man was too ferocious. He felt like he was at a disadvantage fighting two people at once. The crucial point was that the area where Chuzun had struck him began to go numb, swell up, and strangely sprout black hair. So that's it. These are the trajectories of the two people's body cultivation techniques. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with light, as if he could see through the cultivation roots of the two people on the platform, his understanding deepening. After thinking for a while, a completely new body cultivation technique took shape in his mind. This technique wasn't suitable for others to cultivate, but rather the most suitable for mortal bodies, the most compatible with the Chaos Immortal Demon cultivation technique. Using the diamond relic as a foundation and hundreds of body cultivation techniques in his mind as references, he created a unique and powerful technique belonging to himself. In no time, under the astonished gaze of the Kunlun disciples, Li He's entire body was covered in black hair, like a giant ape. Then, with a loud crash, he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and trembling uncontrollably. Complete silence reigned all around. Li He, the king of close combat, was defeated. Not only defeated, but he had also transformed. What's going on? Su Cheng looked at the giant ape, his mind filled with question marks. However, it was quickly explained. He heard the disciples of the Taijuan Pavilion exclaiming in admiration, "The mind-splitting great technique is truly powerful. Simultaneous attacks are impossible to defend against. What I admire most is Senior Brother Zhou's 10,000 poisons demon-slaying technique. The toxins invade, and his true essence condenses into black hair. It can be called a mastery of poison." Su Cheng looked at them expressionlessly. Cultivating poison techniques wasn't uncommon, not unusual in the righteous path, and while he wasn't afraid of others, there were always those who dared to stray from the norm. But to have black hair grow after being poisoned, this was the first time he'd encountered such a thing. Grandmother Tiayuan was stunned, quickly grabbing Li He and examining him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The black fur is formed from true essence, possessing the ability to weaken the skin's defenses. This divine ability is truly extraordinary. Grandmother Tiayuan used his sacred power to expel the black fur, unable to hide his astonishment. Then he looked towards Zhozun. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. At this moment, his worldview was shattered, and he completely believed that the quick glance was a divine ability, and a very powerful one at that. Not only that, he also noticed that the opponent possessed at least 4 or 5 great mastery-level divine abilities. It's worth noting that even the elites of the Kunlun Holy Land rarely reach the great mastery level of Earth-level divine abilities, and many can't even achieve the minor mastery level. How could this be? Could it be that everyone in the Taijuan Holy Land has exceptionally high comprehension? Grandmother Tiayuan couldn't understand. He remained skeptical and continued to have his disciples spar with the Taijuan Holy Land. As the battles resumed, each Taijuan Holy Son ascended the stage, displaying strange and bizarre techniques, further shocking Grandmother Tiayuan. He suddenly realized that all the Taijuan disciples who ascended the stage possessed not only powerful and unorthodox divine abilities, but also required cultivation to an extremely profound level. Except for the young Kunlun saint who didn't step onto the stage, everyone else competed once, including the most skilled swordsman, who suffered a crushing defeat. And their opponents, with their ordinary appearances, possessed swordsmanship that was unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. The Sun Demon Sword Slash! Simply unbelievable! The Taijuan disciples are all freaks. What kind of divine techniques are these people cultivating? How can they be so strong, and they're all mastered? Their comprehension couldn't possibly all be so high, could it? It must be a problem with the divine techniques, too illogical. The defeated Kunlun disciples were dejected. They were the elite disciples of Kunlun, yet they were all defeated by ordinary Taijuan disciples. Little Diamond and Jia Zikang hadn't even made a move yet. Their initial excitement and energy had almost completely vanished. The blow was too great. This might not even be a competition yet. They've never heard of such an unusual divine power technique in the Taijuan Holy Land before. Only Su Chang, gazing at Yi Xiaoyao on the seat, had a thought that made his scalp tingle. These Taijuan disciples are cultivating. Could it be that he created this technique? That 100 techniques, are they real? 3 chapters uploaded. The data is too poor. Dear readers, please give a rating. Please give small gifts. I beg you. As the day drew to a close, the wind grew colder. Inside the arena, Su Cheng stood there dumbfounded. 100 techniques, and not just simple earth-level techniques. Su Cheng looked at the young man observing from the sidelines, who had maintained a relaxed demeanor throughout and couldn't help but gasp in shock. No, impossible. Li He, who had recovered, blinked wildly, his head shaking like a rattling drum. Having fought with Zhou Zun, he knew just how powerful the opponent's body cultivation techniques and poison skills were. They were either top-tier or high-level earth-level techniques. How could they have been created by the 8-year-old Yi Xiaoyao? Only he could have created them. Otherwise, how could the Taijuan Holy Land have suddenly produced so many earth-level techniques and divine abilities, each one incredibly powerful? It perfectly matches the rumors I heard a while ago. Su Cheng felt like a deflated balloon, his ears drooping. Compared to his opponent, what were the likes of the heavenly demon sun and the Penglai saint sun worth? Throughout countless years, the world has seen countless exceptionally talented individuals, like carp crossing a river, rising from brilliant glory to fading into dust. There are far too many, but with this kind of comprehension and creativity, even if you search through all the ancient history of the Kengyuan, you wouldn't find anyone comparable. Of course, the most crucial point was that Yi Xiaoyao had once taught a Taijuan disciple a divine ability, the bloodstained demon-slaying technique. With this gem before him, creating any other divine ability seemed only natural. Fortunately, I heard Yi Xiaoyao spent 3 months diligently creating a technique, and his cultivation hasn't progressed much. Su Cheng consoled himself. What's there to fear? I'm already at the peak of the true core stage. Even if his comprehension is amazing, he's no match for me. After much thought, his waist involuntarily straightened. Meanwhile, the surrounding Kunlun disciples, having overheard their conversation, suddenly realized something and simultaneously looked towards the young man's figure, their heads spinning as if in a dream. It turned out that the one who defeated their Taijuan disciples was indeed an ordinary disciple, only because he cultivated this particular technique, thus displaying such abnormal combat power. But even if he created a technique, it's impossible for someone to cultivate so quickly, to achieve such mastery. Li He, after recovering from his shock, still couldn't believe it. The most unconventional thing was opening its doors to him. The most unconventional thing was coming to his house. I inquired about this from the Taijuan disciples before, and didn't believe it then, but now it seems to be true. Su Cheng's lips were dry. Any cultivation method created by Yi Xiaoyao must be simple, a blessing for ordinary disciples. We saw those disciples in the cultivation formations going into cauldrons of boiling oil, suffering from eye diseases, self-harming with blood, and impaling themselves with blades. All of these were cultivation methods. The more Su Cheng spoke, the more he felt it was bizarre. He had never heard of any cultivation method like that. It was incredibly outrageous. But it had to be said, the cultivation speed surpassed other sacred land cultivation methods by 100 streets. What the hell? Li He was shocked, his eyes wide like brass bells. Could it be that self-castration is also a cultivation method? That's too perverted. His voice was very loud, making the Taijuan Pavilion disciples uncomfortable, muttering, extremely proud. What do you know? After self-castration, one can be reborn as a chicken and become even stronger. Stronger? Do you understand the difference between a toothpick and a thigh? No sooner had he finished speaking than the disciples of Taijuan heard a heavy gasp. Looking back, they saw Li He's eyes wide with rage, oozing green light. Su Cheng also trembled all over. The other Kunlun elites were stunned, then their expressions turned fervent, filled with longing. They had long since awakened their innate wisdom, secretly passing around some alluring books, knowing the importance of the Kunlun sect. They had only one thought in their minds. Why wasn't Yi Xiaoyao a member of the Kunlun sect? This was unfair. Bah, pervert. Su Qiaojiao and the other girls blushed. However, they looked at Yi Xiaoyao sitting in the stands, filled with admiration. To single-handedly change the overall strength of his disciples, this ability was unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Moreover, if cultivators could grow larger, wouldn't the creator grow even larger? Your Taijuan Holy Land has been hiding something really well. Grandmother Tianyuan was dumbfounded, mechanically turning his head. Thousands of years of cultivation vanished into thin air, his eyes red like a rabbit's. As a grandmother, he understood better than most how difficult it was to create a cultivation technique. 100 techniques in 3 months. It was too shocking and outrageous. It would be a treasure anywhere. The impact was too great. Even the Supreme Dao Emperor's weapons would have to take a back seat. No immortal Dao lineage wouldn't be envious. He looked at Yi Xiaoyao, wishing he could knock him unconscious on the spot and carry him back to the Kunlun Holy Land to place him alongside those ancestors on their ancestral tablets. Ah, I didn't hide anything. You just didn't believe me. The Taijuan Holy Lord said smugly, then suddenly moved his guardian hand to Yi Xiaoyao's side, shielding him from the fiery gaze. This time, the misty immortal palace will suffer a great loss. Their long-term first place in the competition is probably unattainable. The Heavenly Yuan Holy Master was utterly bewildered, forcibly pulling his gaze away from Yi Xiaoyao and looking towards the Taijuan disciples on the arena, sighing deeply. Yi Xiaoyao alone had changed the power dynamics among the 9 great Holy Lands disciples. These young fellows possessed so many divine abilities. During the competition, no Holy Land could compete with them. The key was, they were incredibly fast. Who knows what kind of grand scheme these young fellows, cultivating such monstrous techniques, would create in the future. Haha, I like hearing that. The Taijuan Holy Lord laughed heartily, as if his G-spot had been poked, feeling utterly satisfied. Grandmother Tianyuan was displeased. His eyes darted around, and he chuckled, looking at Yi Xiaoyao like a mischievous old wolf knocking on a red-hatted door. Little friend, do you have a spouse? I have a daughter. Your daughter is 1800 years old? Grandmother Taijuan scoffed. Grandmother Tianyuan's face darkened. She's 1,000 years old, a third-year university student, ranking among the top immortals, don't you know? My daughter is a beauty of unparalleled charm, eternally youthful. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. You can get lost. Junior brother Xiao is already engaged. How can a great man have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Grandmother Tianyuan snorted coldly. He had heard about this. The Heavenly Master Holy Land considered the innate Dao embryo a treasure. Want to marry her? The Heavenly Master Holy Land had long since set numerous obstacles for Yi Xiao. Of course, once Yi Xiao's ability to create cultivation techniques spread, these obstacles would disappear. Suddenly, Grandmother Tianyuan's gaze narrowed, staring intently at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, who had been silent all along, seemed to be immersed in the great Dao. His eyes shone like stars, and his whole body emitted a mysterious Dao aura. He took a step forward, just as the sun was setting, casting a long shadow on him. Then Yi Xiao's body twisted within the shadow, gradually becoming indistinct and disappearing. A few dozen zhang away, taking another step, the figure vanished. Step by step, the distance grew larger and larger, until the 9th step 800 zhang. The Great Dream 3000 techniques. Today I encounter the Divine Shadow. This is the 9 steps of Divine Shadow. Yi Xiaoyao stomped his foot, his eyes gleaming like the rising sun. Laughing loudly, clasping his hands behind his back, and taking another step, as if doubting the great Xiaoyao, unlike any ordinary person. Using himself as the furnace, the miraculous Shadow Dao body as the main fuel, having observed 1,000 types of cultivation techniques and scriptures as auxiliary materials, and using the battle between the Kunlun disciples and the Taijuan Saint Sun as the kind of fire fuel, merging it into the great furnace, without borrowing from any system. finally forging a unique divine ability of his own. That is, the killing Dao Saint Sun, the miraculous Shadow Dao body. How is this possible? Grandmother Taiyuan's pupils contracted in disbelief, yet he suddenly sensed something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. This is a divine movement technique. He comprehended a divine technique after just observing for a short while. He had heard of Yi Xiaoyao striking 9 bells, but he had no concept of it. Now, seeing it firsthand, he truly understood what truly meant heaven-defying comprehension. Grandmother Taiyuan's eyes shot out divine light, trying to see through Yi Xiaoyao's cultivation and the flow of his true essence. To his shock, even with his strength, he couldn't discern Yi Xiaoyao's cultivation. A faint, mysterious chant seemed to be circulating within the other party, unfathomable and inscrutable, blocking his probing. What exactly is this guy's body? I can't even see through it. Grandmother Taiyuan was even more astonished. Unbelievable, completely out of the ordinary. Is there any justice left in this world? Su Cheng, Li He, and other Kunlun disciples trembled, as if they had seen a ghost. This is a newly created divine ability. We cultivate a single divine ability with great effort. Laying the foundation takes months to achieve minor mastery, a year to achieve major mastery. And you, the damned one, created a divine ability in half a day. Grandmother Taizhuan and all the elders were also greatly shocked, staring in disbelief. This was the first time they had seen Yi Xiaoyao create a divine technique, and they absolutely didn't expect it to be so effortless. They had the illusion that they could do it too. Congratulations, young master! Feng Shen, Zhou Zhen, and thousands of other disciples respectfully offered their congratulations, their eyes filled with even more admiration. They couldn't help but glance at the dozen or so disciples from Kunlun, naturally feeling a sense of pride. Look, my wife and children are incredibly awesome. A moment later, Yi Xiaoyao stopped on a large rock on the cliff, his eyes deep, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. This movement technique was only an incomplete version, not a fully created one, just a simple initial form. Its grade was equivalent to the Earth grade. It didn't rely on a system, but on his own comprehension. It looked simple, and indeed, it was simple. Essentially, he found that there were many divine techniques, so he absorbed their essence, discarded the useless ones, and used his extraordinary comprehension to improve them. In doing so, he had already achieved the 9 steps of divine shadow. It was considered a breakthrough after much accumulation. However, to take it a step further, it would require a very long time and more reference points. It will come gradually. First, let's resolve the body refining techniques. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes lit up with understanding. Images of Zhou Zhen and Li He's fierce battles, along with the fighting between other disciples, flashed through his mind. From these, he gained insight, and using the previously read demonic body refining techniques as a reference, he continued to deduce. This was different from the techniques created by the Taizhuan Saint Sun earlier. Those were systematically created and not perfect, only suitable for the Tai Chi divine body. His physical body, due to the absorption of the divine body, is constantly changing, making many systems for creating divine abilities fundamentally unsuitable. This guy still wants to create divine abilities? Su Cheng was stunned, wondering to himself if he was being so abnormal. The Taizhuan Saint Lord and the Taiyuan Saint Master exchanged glances, silently speechless. However, anticipation flickered in their eyes. They truly wanted to see what else Yi Xiaoyao could create. His previous movements were bizarre, silent and stealthy, absolutely the ultimate assassination technique. Time passed, and the sun set over the western mountains. A bright moon rose, casting down a blue light, as if covering this mountain range with a layer of silver veil. The arena was silent, only the sound of breathing could be heard. The people's breathing became increasingly rapid, their eyes wide with shock. In their eyes, Yi Xiaoyao, seated calmly on a large rock on the cliff, emitted a shimmering radiance, his body tinged with gold, like an ancient Buddha within a 1,000-year-old pagoda, sacred and solemn, naturally inspiring a sense of awe. It's very similar to the Buddhist golden body. No, this is even more golden than the Buddhist golden body. How is this possible? Under the moonlight, exclamations of surprise rang out. The disciples of Taizhuan and the elites of Kunlun looked at the golden figure, their faces filled with disbelief. The Western Buddhist sect, though far away, was somewhat known to those who had fallen from grace, especially the famous Diamond Sutra, which contained the supreme body cultivation method of the Kangyuan realm. Without a Buddhist heart, it cannot be achieved. The fallen Buddha sect's practice of feeding oneself until one's belly bursts is the Little Western Heaven, while the Western Land's spiritual mountain is officially considered the Great Western Heaven. Not to mention that Yi Xiaoyao fundamentally doesn't understand Buddhist teachings, has never seen any Buddhist divine abilities, so how could he possibly create such a thing? Amidst their discussions, they were horrified to discover a gigantic humanoid figure appearing behind Yi Xiaoyao, shimmering with golden light, its face filled with compassion. The Buddhist golden body Dharma form all take the great sun Tathagata as its Dharma form, but this guy takes himself as his Dharma form. This is the rhythm of becoming a Buddha. The heavenly origin Saint Master looked at the Dharma form face identical to Yi Xiaoyao's and gasped. This creation of a technique is too terrifying. Taking oneself as a Buddha, attempting to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Buddha. Earth level and heaven level techniques are all rubbish in comparison. If those bald-headed fools from the Western lands saw this, wouldn't they openly invade, shouting Shakyamuni reincarnation and kneeling to invite Yi Xiaoyao up to Mount Ling? The blood god ancestor's figure appeared in the void, looking at Yi Xiaoyao with uncertainty. He hasn't even had a child yet, and he wants to become a monk. This cultivation method is impossible to create. What relieved him was that the Dharma form flashed by instantly, and the golden light filling the sky also disappeared in an instant. It's good, it's just the initial form of the cultivation method, not the supreme method. Even if it's not the supreme method, as he gets stronger and develops it, this cultivation method will sooner or later evolve into the supreme method. The heavenly Yuan Saint Master exclaimed in admiration. He had underestimated this guy's comprehension. Too extraordinary. Of course, there's one thing left unsaid. The moment the supreme method is created, Yi Xiaoyao might flee into Buddhism. Without a single Linglong Buddha heart, how could one possibly create a Buddhist cultivation technique? Before he could finish speaking, a cracking sound of bones breaking and shattering emanated from Yi Xiaoyao's body, as if being shattered and then rebuilt, accompanied by deafening roars of dragons and tigers. Divine light shone brightly within his body. It was 206 bones emitting light. Another body refining technique. What kind of devilish thing is this? The heavenly Yuan Saint Master almost suffocated, feeling a sense of collapse. Creating one technique was already extraordinary. Now, in just one day, he had created several, directly shattering his worldview. The Taijuan Saint Lord, all the elders, and thousands of disciples were also stunned. HMPH. With that, Yi Xiaoyao exhaled a breath of stale air and opened his eyes. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. His golden eyes shone brightly for a long time before finally settling down. After wasting a diamond relic and a piece of dragon tiger divine bone, I've finally successfully created two cultivation techniques. One is Buddha's golden body, and the other is dragon tiger divine technique. In his hands, a diamond relic and a shimmering piece of dragon tiger divine bone crumbled into fine powder. But a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although these two techniques were extremely incomplete, even only at the Zhuan level, and still in their initial forms, this was already astonishing. Even with his higher aptitude, he couldn't possibly create a complete version in a single day. The system took several days to produce a complete divine technique. As I comprehend more techniques, these two techniques will gradually be completed. It will happen slowly, no need to rush. Yi Xiaoyao inwardly examined himself, becoming even more satisfied. Although it was only the initial form of the cultivation method, his strength had grown considerably. Comprehending the relic and absorbing its energy had increased his power by 1,000,000 pounds. Moreover, all 208 bones in his body were gradually transforming into dragon tiger divine bones, several times stronger than their original state. Each bone represented a dragon tiger divine power. When all of them were forged into true dragon tiger divine bones, he himself didn't dare imagine the extent of their strength. He slowly stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. My dear grandson, do you have any thoughts of becoming a monk? The blood god ancestor rushed forward anxiously, asking. He didn't want his grandson to become like those bald donkeys from the Western lands. Becoming a monk, fourth grandfather is thinking too much. Yishaya was slightly startled, instantly understanding, and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. That Buddha golden body, although created based on the Buddhist principles within the relics, also incorporates several other body refining techniques. It's just somewhat similar to the Buddhist golden body. Good, ha ha ha, my grandson has the potential of an immortal emperor. The blood god ancestor breathed a sigh of relief, laughing loudly to the heavens, overjoyed. Creating 3 divine techniques in one day, who else could do that? Even the ancient great emperors couldn't surpass this. I think having the potential of a Buddha is the real deal. Grandmother Tianyuan also praised him highly. Completely convinced by this young man, this was truly a cultivation technique creation machine. A monstrous fighter jet. Just as he finished speaking, a cold gaze fell upon him. He saw the blood god ancestor's face turn grim, as if he had the urge to kill him with a single blow. Grandmother Tianyuan forced a smile and quickly fell silent. I still need to analyze the cultivation technique. Farewell, everyone. Yishaya had achieved his goal today. His mood was cheerful, and he didn't linger any longer, heading towards the small building amidst the respectful gazes of the disciples. He still needed to continue comprehending other divine abilities to make himself even stronger. After he left, the arena dispersed. However, the news of Yishaya's creation of a cultivation technique and the disciples' great victory began to stir in the sacred land. The former, the disciples were already numb to, and felt no surprise. But how powerful his created cultivation techniques truly were, many people had no concept of. Now that the Taijuan disciples had decisively defeated the Kunlun elites, they could finally make a comparison and truly understand the monstrous nature of those 100 divine techniques. Suddenly, Yishaya's reputation soared, and more disciples began cultivating his techniques. Inside a stilt house. Holy Master, could you please create a cultivation technique for us as well? We'll pay a hefty price. After Yishaya left, Su Cheng, Li He, and other Kunlun elites couldn't sit still, eagerly looking towards the heavenly Yuan Holy Master. They were truly envious, especially the technique that could make them grow bigger and bigger. The key point was, they had heard from the Taijuan disciples that this technique increased cultivation speed by 5 times. That was terrifying. That's right, Master, the Sacred Land competition is coming soon. We can't beat the Taijuan Sacred Land, but if we can overpower Penglai and the Divine Sword Sacred Lands, that would be great. Yes. We beg for the cultivation method. The elites clamored, extremely eager. Earth-level cultivation methods and divine abilities were rare among them, and more importantly, the cultivation method and divine ability created by Yishaya was extremely accessible to ordinary people. Even ordinary Taijuan disciples could defeat these elite disciples. If they cultivated it, wouldn't their strength skyrocket? Cultivation methods and divine abilities have always been kept secret, let alone created for you. Master Taiyuan smiled bitterly, filled with envy and jealousy. The Taijuan Sacred Land was too lucky to have welcomed this monstrous talent, Yishayao. After hearing this, Su Cheng and the others were utterly disappointed. It's not impossible. If you befriend Yishayao later and flatter him, he might even create a new cultivation technique for you. The Heavenly Yuan Saint Master's words were contemptuous, but realistic. They were a sacred land, but cultivation techniques and divine abilities were scarce, let alone such simple and miraculous techniques. As long as they could successfully flatter him and obtain a few divine abilities, what did face matter? In a few months, the news of Yishaya producing a series of cultivation techniques would definitely spread, causing a huge stir. At that time, people would probably have to line up to flatter him. Then we won't go tomorrow. Su Cheng was excited. He didn't consider himself a saint's son and didn't care about his reputation. Now that the discussion and exchange were over, he needed to return tomorrow. No, he's not going. In a few days, he'll go to the Heavenly Master Holy Land with the people from the Taijuan Holy Land to participate in the competition. Grandmother Taiyuan's expression was solemn. Today's truly innovative cultivation method has probably already been reported to the demonic sects. No demonic sect can sit still. They will inevitably assassinate him at any cost. Yishaya's journey to the Heavenly Master Holy Land will not be peaceful. Not long ago, a demon named Yuli died, and that was a Saint King. Although we can't see Yishaya's cultivation level, I heard that the people of Taijuan say he's still in the true Zhuan realm. This cultivation level is too weak, even a slight touch will kill him, and accidents are very likely to happen. Grandmother Taiyuan shook his head again. How many exceptionally talented people have the great holy lands of ancient and modern times, yet how many have died prematurely along the way? The Kunlun elites heard this and felt relieved. Given the situation, Yi Xiaoyao shouldn't have gone to the Heavenly Master's sacred land again. But he couldn't just be timid and hide in Taijuan for his entire life, could he? Once a person is afraid, even with the strongest talent, the great Tao becomes unattainable. Time passed leisurely, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Xiaoyao had spent a day practicing his cultivation techniques, achieving considerable success. He had already made progress in both fist techniques and sword techniques. As for why he chose these two directions, fist techniques involve close quarters combat, making fighting more exhilarating, while sword techniques because they were cool and good for showing off. The following evening, a handsome young man arrived at Yi Xiaoyao's small building. Inside, Yi Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, gazing at the man who had come to seek his guidance. The first elite of Taijuan, Suzy, reached the spirit realm at the age of 20. She worked humbly at Taijuan, but her reputation was considerable, not because of her cultivation, but because of her handsome appearance, though far inferior to Yi Xiaoyao's. Are you sure you want a dual cultivation technique? Yi Xiaoyao asked strangely. This was already the sixth Taijuan disciple to come seeking a technique, all in the spirit realm. It seemed that after yesterday's battle, the 100 powerful techniques far exceeded imagination, and some high-ranking disciples couldn't sit still. Among them, those with dual cultivation partners were the most eager. They lacked the courage to cultivate the sunflower manual, as having a partner would greatly affect their partner's happiness. As a result, they all wanted to obtain a dual cultivation technique. Who wouldn't want a technique that was both comfortable and fast to cultivate? Yi Xiaoyao still understood this person somewhat. Originally from a small border town, the son of the town lord, he had been a disciple for 12 years. Although his talent wasn't low, his progress to the spirit realm was too slow. To reach the heavenly human realm, it would be impossible without 3 or 4 years. No past. Yi Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes. He had already detected traces of the bloodstained demon-slaying technique within the other party's body, but it seemed there was something else. This kid is not simple. My spirit realm cultivation is stuck at the early stage, half a step away from progressing. I beg you, young master, your great kindness and virtue, I, Sue, will never forget. Suzy knelt down excitedly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Ever since hearing that Yi Xiaoyao had spontaneously created a cultivation technique, she regretted why she had gone into seclusion and missed the great feat of creating the technique. As soon as she emerged from seclusion, she rushed to meet him. All right. Yi Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and wrote down the dual cultivation technique. This technique can double your cultivation speed during dual cultivation. Your cultivation level is slightly higher, so an 80% increase shouldn't be a problem. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Really, Suzy gasped, her face beaming with joy. 80%. The time could be shortened by half. If this were to spread, it would likely cause a massive uproar. This is far more powerful than the yin-yang sex techniques. I hope you can handle it, Yi Xiaoyao said with a strange smile. This technique was the joyful union demonic technique, the one that absorbed the essence oil. Just thinking about that scene, Yi Xiaoyao's lower body tightened. Thank you, young master, Sue. Zi knelt in gratitude, her face flushed with excitement, and took the technique before retreating. Yi Xiaoyao watched her leave, the smile on his face slowly fading. He frowned, muttering to himself, what is this guy's background? An ancient race or a demonic cultivator? He possessed a subtle control over the cultivators practicing the techniques he created. The opponent cultivated the bloodstained demon-slaying technique, allowing him to discern that their cultivation level was not just at the early spirit realm, but at the late spirit realm. Besides that, there seemed to be other traces not belonging to the Taijuan techniques. However, since the opponent only cultivated one of his own techniques, it was difficult to discern too many other things. To be able to deceive the 4 ancestors and come before me, his status must be considerable. He must possess a treasure that defies heaven and earth. Yi Xiaoyao's heart pounded. The 4 ancestors were both half-step great saints. To be able to deceive such beings was enough to prove the power of this treasure. This might be of great help to his journey to the Heavenly Master Holy Land. A treasure delivered right to his doorstep, there was no reason not to accept it. Elder Bai, come with me to see that fellow. Was that Susie just now? I have a slight impression of her. A very low-key prodigy. How is he? Yesterday's creation of the cultivation technique caused too much commotion. This spy wants to probe my true strength, but it's not a big problem. Let's go see the effectiveness of the improved harmonious union demon slaying technique and see if we can blow him up. That's impossible. How could he be a spy? He wouldn't even be able to pass through the triple security checkpoints in our sacred land. Besides, the fact that Enran entered your small building means the fourth ancestor has already investigated, and he's fine. Elder Bai was filled with doubt and uncertainty. He watched Susie enter and leave. Every move was perfectly normal. How could the ancestor have noticed? Moreover, the Taijuan sacred land isn't a beehive you can just sneak into whenever you want. How could that be? Elder Bai's expression was fluctuating. He wanted to verify whether it was true or false. I'll go directly and capture him to verify his identity. Yishaya shook his head, smiling mysteriously. No need, I'm still waiting to watch the show. The show? Elder Bai was stunned. Was he going to go see the spy? He wasn't worried about Yishaya's safety. In the Taijuan sacred land, killing Yishaya was harder than climbing to heaven. He waved his hand, concealing the aura of the two, and left the mountain, following Susie. After all, he was a Dao-slaying king, and the other party possessed a treasure, making it difficult for them to detect Elder Bai and the other person. Along the way, Elder Bai looked at Yi Xiaoyao. Do you think his cultivation technique has a problem? There is a problem. What does explode mean? The literal meaning. Elder Bai saw Yi Xiaoyao's smiling face, but he always felt that this smile was a little unsettling. As long as one pays close attention, even if they modify a part of the cultivation technique and cause someone to suffer from deviation and go mad, they still won't die. What's so great about that? Elder Bai was puzzled, then suddenly startled, looking strangely at Yi Xiaoyao, muttering to himself. That cultivation technique just now seemed like a dual cultivation technique. This is Little Ancestor's Spring. Want to see a picture of springtime? Only this explanation. But Little Ancestor is only 8 years old? Isn't that a bit premature maturity? I, a Dao-slaying king, accompanying this group to watch a spring painting. Where will I put my face if this gets out? Elder Bai's face twitched, and his steps inexplicably quickened. He had lived for thousands of years and had never done anything like this. He was truly curious. So the two followed Susie leisurely, who seemed to be collecting materials for refining a special version of essential oil. Finally, they arrived at a secluded villa, the kind of treatment elite Taijuan disciples received. In the quiet, secluded forest, the two climbed a large tree and, through the moonlight, peered into the courtyard. Then he crawled back down, running to another tree trunk. Ha, what a great angle! Yi Xiaoyao chuckled, his eyes shining brightly. Standing on a tree branch, peering through the gaps in the leaves, he saw a wooden room with candlelight shining. The window was slightly ajar, revealing the bedroom inside. The window gap directly faced the bed. At that moment, the bright moon hung high, casting a silvery white light. Susie then entered the room after a while, seemingly to refine essential oils. Yi Xiaoyao and his companion saw Susie Zhen excitedly pull a lovely young girl to sit down, holding a cultivation technique in her hand and saying something. The sound was inaudible, obscured by a powerful aura. This gave Yi Xiaoyao the feeling of watching a silent old film. That girl is his Dao companion, named Liu Yingying. It's said that even before entering the Taijuan Holy Land, the two were betrothed from a young age. After entering the Holy Land, they soon became Dao companions. Elder Bai whispered, finding it delightfully captivating. Susie and Liu, their bodies shimmering, seemed to be discussing and researching the harmonious love demonic technique, their expressions a mixture of infatuation and ecstasy. After a brief conversation, they began to grope each other. Then they started taking off their outer robes, taking off their shoes, taking off their pants, taking off their inner garments. Hey, hurry up and finish. Yi Xiaoyao excitedly wanted to slap his thigh, but restrained himself. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he'd seen it live. This feeling was far more powerful than watching the 238 famous actors like Zhang Jingkong, Jizi Maria, and many others. Most importantly, Suzy's cultivation wasn't low. She would quickly master the harmonious love demonic technique, and it was impossible to say she'd explode after just 2 or 3 attempts. No, she might not even be able to withstand the essential oil barrier. That scene. Elderby also seemed to find it novel, his old eyes widening. It's undeniable that the young woman, after unbuttoning her shirt and loosening her belt, revealed a figure that was incredibly hot, with curves in all the right places and long legs at truly exaggerated scale. However, Suzy was a bit weaker, completely naked. Seeing the two of them completely naked, Ishaya and Elderby's eyes widened, and their breathing involuntarily stopped. The show was about to begin. Then, under the dim light, they saw Suzy and Yu Dai, glistening like they were taking off their clothes, slowly peeling off to pieces of human skin from head to toe. Damn, how did an action movie turn into a horror movie? Yishaya's scalp suddenly felt like it was about to explode, and Elderby, this Dao-slaying king, couldn't help but feel a chill. They absolutely never imagined the drawing style would mutate like this. Looking closely, the two of them slowly peeled back an entire sheet of human skin from head to toe. Thankfully, it wasn't anything too bizarre. It was a pair of pale-skinned young men and women, their appearances quite different from before. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. The man's face was pale, as if he had indulged in excessive debauchery, while the woman exuded a seductive aura incredibly alluring. This is the Yin-Yang Sect's demonic divine technique, the skin peeling technique. Both are from the Yin-Yang Sect. Elderby reacted quickly, his face grim. The skin peeling technique is an extremely cruel forbidden art, using secret methods to strip off another person's skin, refine it, and then wear it on one's own body to conceal the demonic aura and match the original owner's aura. Clearly, Suzy and Liu Yinying had already been killed and skinned. Ishaya remained silent, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He had underestimated the cruelty of the demonic sect. Then, he looked at the 2 pieces of human skin, narrowing his eyes to examine them closely. Ding, you meticulously examined the skin peeling technique and simultaneously made deductions, creating a secret technique, the painted skin disguise technique. The art of transforming and embracing the face, a rankless secret technique. It involves meticulously reshaping the deceased's face, focusing on cleansing, nourishing the skin, applying makeup, drawing eyebrows, applying lipstick, and setting the face a series of transformations. Transforming 1,000 corpses can achieve minor mastery, 10,000 can achieve major mastery. It allows one to create their own mask, transforming into various creatures, such as humans, dogs, tigers, toads. Transforming the appearance and concealing the breath, creating a false illusion, something only those with great supernatural powers can comprehend. Ishaya was stunned, his eyelids trembling. This newly created technique was becoming increasingly sinister. This secret technique was the first to have no rank, very simple, drawing the likeness of others on the face, creating a false illusion. It seemed like an ordinary method, but it actually contained great supernatural power. Even animals can be transformed, truly abnormal. Yishayo clicked his tongue in disbelief. This was absolutely an essential secret technique for murder and robbery. If he were to draw himself as a giant mosquito, wouldn't he instantly transform into a mosquito, blindly flying around like a swarm of bees? If this were to be taught to others, he could already imagine the scene of hundreds of thousands of mosquitoes buzzing all over the sacred land. I'll stand right in front of you. How much do I look like before? 4 chapters. My back hurts. Please give me some small gifts. Yishaya always felt that he was leading the Taijuan disciples in an unknown direction. First, the Linky Saber technique, becoming half-expert surgeons. Then the concentrated demonic cultivation, the beast taming technique, the dragon tiger body tempering technique, becoming master chefs. Before long, the Taijuan disciples would leave the sacred land and enter the world's great cemeteries, becoming professional embalmers. My disciples are becoming more and more multi-talented. Yi Jia Yao's mouth twitched, planning to teach them tomorrow. This was preparation for going to the Heavenly Master's sacred land. Just then, Elderby's hateful voice reached his ears. Little ancestor, I'll just kill this despicable couple. Yishaya narrowed his eyes and waved his hand to stop him. Killing them directly would be too easy for them. They like dual cultivation, don't they? Let them enjoy their last moments of dual cultivation. Elder Bai was stunned upon hearing this. Eating until your stomach bursts and you suffer from Qi deviation isn't that much suffering. Elder Bai shook his head, feeling that the young master was still too young. This punishment was too light. What was that compared to those two despicable men and women? Alas, the young master is too young, too kind. Elder Bai sighed softly to himself, not saying anything further, and quietly waited as Yi Xiao had instructed. He was also curious. What exactly was this Qi deviation technique? In the room, under the candlelight, two pale figures were illuminated. Xunyang, that Yi Xiaoya's aptitude is truly terrifying. To be able to create such a harmonious union technique, the yin-yang sect's earth level. No, even the heaven level couldn't double the cultivation speed. The sickly young man caressed the woman's buttocks, praising her as he spoke. Many demonic sects share a tradition, sending their disciples to righteous sacred lands for cultivation, hoping to one day control those lands and seize everything without fighting. His name is Wu Tong, the eldest son of the previous Yin-Yang sect's sect leader, who is also the leader of the Hawan sect. He is the top ranked of the 8 Yin-Yang disciples, young one, and at nearly 18 years old, he has already reached the late stage of the spirit realm. He also has an older sister, the Yin-Yang saintess, who is the mistress of the heavenly demon sect's leader. Given his noble status, he shouldn't be here. His sister, Naya, is too beautiful, and the heavenly demon sect's leader's wife dislikes his entire family but can't bring herself to harm them, so she sent him to the Taijuan sacred land as a spy. And the maidservant is Yin 7th disciple, Wu Tong's dual cultivation partner, whose talent is equally impressive. Hehe, I wonder if Yi Xiaoya will be furious if he finds that I created a cultivation technique and gave it to us demons. The seductive woman chuckled, her fingertips gently stroking the sickly young man's chest. Furious to death, I'd actually like to see that scene, haha. When I was first brought to this sacred place, I had some resentment, but now I don't. I'll just wait here, and when Yi Xiao creates another cultivation technique, I'll get my hands on them all, HMPH. Such a great technique is enough to silence the heavenly demon sect master's wife. Wu Tong chuckled coldly, extremely smug. I heard the holy son died at Yi Xiaoyao's hands, truly hateful. Sooner or later, I'll slaughter him. Lady Tu's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment. Before arriving at Taijuan, she had secretly cultivated with the saint's son without Wu Tong's knowledge. The dual cultivation had an extremely high effect, and she thought that she wouldn't find such a good opportunity again in the future. She hated Yi Xiao so much that she gritted her teeth. No matter what, the saint's son is still our sect saint's son. Killing Yi Xiao would be too advantageous for him. Later, we can capture him and create a cultivation technique for the Yin-Yang sect disciples to practice, and then use his divine abilities to kill Taijuan disciples. Wouldn't that be great? Wu Tong's thoughts grew increasingly brilliant, a smug expression appearing on his face. Being a spy in Taijuan wasn't so bad after all. Today, we've investigated Yi Xiaoyao's true nature. He probably still has some cultivation techniques he hasn't taught yet. That's useful information. Later, I'll use the heaven-seeking mirror to inform my father, that old geezer, and conveniently send over this joyful union technique. Will the cultivation technique have any problems? No way. I'm currently a disciple of the Taijuan sect. Would Yi Xiao really want to harm a disciple of his sect? Wu Tong couldn't wait to try the effects of the He Huan demonic cultivation technique. His breathing became increasingly rapid. Don't rush, this technique requires a bottle of some kind of essential oil. Only then can cultivation be accelerated. That's right, I almost forgot. Wu Tong forcibly restrained the lust in his heart, impatiently taking out the bottle of newly refined medicinal liquid. Then he consumed it all. Cooling. Wu Tong exclaimed loudly, then pounced like a hungry wolf. A moment later, intense pain overwhelmed him. Pain. So much pain. Xunyang also screamed in agony, her beautiful face contorted in an instant. What is this? Why is it so painful? Xunyang shrieked mournfully. Could this medicine have been prepared incorrectly? That's impossible. It was made exactly according to the prescription. It must be the medicine itself, that's the problem. Wu Tong gritted his teeth, inwardly wanting to strangle Yi Xiao to death. This is the Supreme Master's technique. He suddenly remembered Yi Xiaoyao's words at the time. I hope you can endure it. He hadn't paid attention then, thinking this technique would be too much for him to handle. Damn Yi Xiao, you've driven this monstrous beast to this state. Wu Tong thought of the other bizarre techniques Yi Xiao had created, finally understanding, his face turning pale with anger. However, things had come to this point, and there was no turning back. But since we've already used this, you... Zhu Niang trembled, clenching her teeth. Endure. It was necessary. As the yin-yang true essence circulated within their bodies, a large amount of heaven and earth's vital energy was absorbed, and their cultivation speed indeed increased significantly. This gave the two of them some comfort. They were certain this technique was truly effective. Let's do it again. Quickly push this technique to its peak. Wu Tong gritted his teeth. He was also a seasoned expert in the art of cultivating the heavenly human dust and flowers, having experienced all kinds of sensations. In his heart, dual cultivation represented floating on the edge of immortality. At this moment, Yi Xiaoya's cultivation technique had struck him in the knee, giving him a no understanding of dual cultivation. This had absolutely nothing to do with comfort. As time passed, the cultivation of both of them progressed faster and faster, and the level of their techniques also rose higher and higher. Their effects of the essential oil slowed down accordingly. Finally, the pain disappeared. This made Wu Tong almost burst into tears, as if he had returned from hell to heaven. The maid also noticed, muttering to herself for a moment. She felt a joy she had never experienced before. That essential oil was painful, but its effects were truly extraordinary. Not only did it increase the speed of cultivation, but it also helped people persevere. Wu Tong finally found the benefits of the essential oil and became increasingly happy. Afterwards, the large room. The ground shook, the mountains trembled, and the sounds incessantly assaulted their ears. They didn't know that. Outside the courtyard, on a branch of a tree, Yi Xiao and Elder Bai were watching them intently. Elder Bai felt immense satisfaction upon seeing Wu Tong's pained expression. However, soon after, the pain subsided, leaving him uneasy. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Is this the young master's trick? There's some skill involved, but he's still too merciful to these two. Elder Bai glanced at the young master, still believing that the other party had a kind heart. He spoke earnestly. These two dared to skin someone alive. Their crime is unforgivable. The young master doesn't need to be merciful. Being merciful to others is being cruel to oneself. Over the countless years, the righteous path, because of its kindness, has been exploited by the demonic path, ultimately leading to countless deaths. Elder Bai earnestly advised and taught. Yi Xiao listened with a strange expression. With his own system's urine-like nature, he would sooner or later be placed on an altar by those demonic people as their ancestor, worshipped day after day. Kindness. Yes, I really am too kind. Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly. Time passed, and a white line appeared on the horizon, the sun about to rise in the east. But in the room, the two people were still radiating intense energy. Life is relentless. The fight never ends. Yi Xiao didn't know how many times he'd performed these two moves. However, their postures were incredibly bizarre, and the more difficult the movements, the more impressed and amazed he became. He couldn't help but exclaim, "They're truly professionals." Even the masters from the Kangjing sect would probably kneel down to learn from them. Finally, Elder Bai, standing beside him, couldn't hold back any longer. His anticipation of half a day had completely vanished. Thinking of those two poor disciples who had been skinned alive, and this demonic cultivator usurping the Taijuan Holy Land, engaging in such reckless behavior, it was infuriating and unbearable. Time to act. Elder Bai's face showed murderous intent, and just as he was about to set off, his body suddenly trembled. His eyes widened, and his hair stood on end. Inside the room, a loud bang echoed. An explosion. Ah! Wu Tong, like a giant shrimp, curled up, clutching his lower body in a pathetic and miserable state. Large patches of fresh blood staining the bedding. Tiu Niang also screamed, severely injured by the explosion, her whole body trembling, her face contorted. It was a shocking sight. Just moments ago she was in heaven, and now she's plummeted into a deep abyss of suffering. One thought can lead to heaven, one thought to hell. It's no different. This cultivation method, there's a problem. Yi Xiao. Wu Tong was very intelligent. he quickly understood. His face contorted with pain, his eyes bulging with overwhelming hatred. As the top disciple of the Yin-Yang sect's 8 Yin-Yang masters, his lifeblood was more important than anything else. Now it had exploded. This was 100 times more cruel than killing him. As a practitioner of the demonic Tao, he was far more cautious than many others. He had only cultivated one of the 100 martial arts techniques created by Yi Xiaoyao, ensuring there were no problems before investigating further and requesting a dual cultivation technique. After obtaining it, he repeatedly tested it and found no issues. But now, he realized just how incredibly gifted Yi Xiaoyao truly was. Such a huge flaw in the technique, yet even with his discerning eye and divine abilities, he couldn't discern the trick. Meanwhile, the maidservant was blown to pieces, her face ferocious like a vengeful ghost, her eyes filled with not only hatred, but also a hint of fear. At the height of her joy, it suddenly exploded. This method was so cruel, even more so than the demonic Tao itself. Thinking of Yi Xiaoyao's handsome, harmless face, a deep fear arose in her heart. She was more terrified than facing the Yin-Yang sect's sect leader. 8 years old. 8 years old and already so abnormal. He wouldn't just randomly give a disciple with problematic cultivation techniques a reason. We've been exposed. Wu Tong suppressed the intense pain, consuming a healing elixir to rapidly heal his lower body. He trembled as he touched the seemingly normal area, seething with anger. Unless he achieved a state of limb regeneration, recovery was impossible. How is that possible? We have the heaven-seeing mirror. Even a great saint, unless they're standing nearby, couldn't possibly see through it. He hasn't even reached the true realm. How could he spot the flaw? Zhu Ning also quickly swallowed a healing elixir, disbelief etched on her face. Wu Tong's father, the ancestor of the harmonious union, was a saint king, and he could trust Wu Tong to be an inside informant for Taizhuan, possessing absolute confidence. The heaven-seeing mirror was a great saint artifact left behind by a great saint tens of thousands of years ago. The ancestor of harmony, having cultivated his immense power for thousands of years, possessed the ability to deceive the heavens and cross the seas, his divine powers boundless. Bang! Wu Tong slapped the maid over, his anger uncontrollable. How was I supposed to know how he saw through me? That's a freak. He then directly produced an ancient-style, yellowish mirror, its golden light flickering and enveloping him, and swiftly rushed out the door. As for the maid, her life or death was none of his concern. Yi Xiaoyao's cultivation method is probably just a test. If it truly confirmed my identity, the high-ranking officials of Taizhuan would have captured me long ago. I still have a chance to escape. Wu Tong felt a slight relief, his face turning ashen, and he spoke each word distinctly. Yi Xiaoyao, if you dare take another step out of the Taizhuan Holy Land, I will make sure you are captured, castrated, and burned alive. Today's suffering had created a huge psychological trauma for him. At this moment, the outside world was bathed in a silvery white light. The Taizhuan Holy Land's mountain range was shrouded in a thick mist, and the mountain wind was biting cold. Wu Tong burst out of the door, running towards the gate of Taizhuan Mountain, leaving only the maidservant inside, terrified. As expected of someone from the demonic sect, seeing danger, he abandoned his wife without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Wu Tong, who had just flown out of the courtyard, suddenly stopped. Following the sound, he saw a young man standing silently on a training iron stake about 10 yards ahead. Dressed in a white robe with a handsome face and clear, lake-like eyes, he stood calmly, unlike any ordinary person. Yi Zixie? Wu Tong gritted out the 3 words, his eyes instantly turning red with hatred, wishing he could kill the person before him on the spot. The dignified Yin-Yang sect's 8 sons, yet he's been reduced to a eunuch, bowing down before this little bastard. You dare appear before me again? Do you really think I can't kill you in the Taizhuan Holy Land? Wu Tong's face darkened, filled with murderous intent. A golden light flashed, instantly closing the distance between him and Yi Xiaoyao, and he angrily slammed his palm down towards Yi Xiaoyao's head. Demonic energy surged, like a tidal wave. Yi Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, slightly shaking his head, allowing the palm strike to land on him. Wu Tong's originally fierce aura, upon contact with Yi Xiaoyao, vanished like a fleeting bubble, dissipating instantly. Yi Xiaoyao scoffed. Even if the opponent truly attacked him, with his current strength, he could easily defeat them. Turning his head, he saw a transparent figure rapidly flying through the void 3 miles away, its speed no less than that of a Dao integration great power. It was Wu Tong. The next moment, the sky darkened, and a large white hand covered 10 miles, like swatting a fly, knocking Wu Tong back, causing him to fall in front of Yi Xiaoyao, spitting out blood. Still using a great saint artifact specifically to deceive the heavens and hide the earth, helping people escape. What a grand gesture! Elder Bai, using the shrinking ground into inches technique, arrived beside Yi Xiaoyao, stroking an ancient-style bronze mirror in his hand, utterly shocked. HMPH, I wonder which old monster from the Yin-Yang sect is the descendant. He actually gave me a great saint artifact. Yi Xiaoyao reached out to take it, clicking his tongue repeatedly. It's certainly a bargain for me. The great sacred artifact, even in the Taijuan sacred land, was a priceless treasure, and its release in the outside world would undoubtedly cause bloodshed. Seeing this, Elder Bai handed the bronze mirror to Yi Xiaoyao, then distanced himself from him. Recalling the scene of the nightingale exploding in the room, even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He finally understood what the young master meant by explode. It was utterly barbaric. Looking at Yi Xiaoyao again, anyone who dared say the young master was kind-hearted would be met with a resounding slap. Little bastard, someday my father will definitely chop off your head. Destroy your Taijuan. Wu Tong, knowing escape was hopeless, clung tightly to the bronze mirror, screaming hysterically. At the same time, a flicker of regret arose in his heart. He regretted not asking for the harmonious union technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Needless to say, Yi Xiaoyao and Elder Bai were still guarding his courtyard. Use soul searching. I want to see why he suddenly came to the small building to find me, and his background. Yi Xiaoyao stroked his chin. This person before him had a significant background, not just an ordinary mole, and it was highly unlikely that a curse had been placed on his mind. You dare! Wu Tong roared, his body retreating frantically. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Elder Bai paid no heed, grabbing his head with his large hand and directly performing soul searching. He showed no mercy whatsoever to those in the demonic sect who stripped the flesh and blood of their disciples. In an instant, Elder Bai released his hand and pointed at Yi Xiaoyao's forehead. Immediately, a large amount of memory and images flooded into Yi Xiaoyao's mind. The son of the Hewan ancestor, his sister a saintess, the 8 Yin-Yang disciples, forced to enter the Taijuan Holy Land because of the heavenly demon sect's wife. So that's it, the Yin-Yang sect learned of my creation of the cultivation method, and, not confident, sent this guy to investigate and steal my cultivation method, and even had Wu Tong, through those little diamond guys, find out about my time at the Heavenly Master Holy Land. Yi Xiaoyao's face turned grim. The demonic sect was preparing to attack him. Truly, too arrogant. Looking at his memories again. Replenishment, still replenishment. No fewer than 300 women died at his hands, including wives, young girls, widows. Not only did he skin those 2 disciples alive, but he also secretly exploited them. He killed 18 female disciples of the Taijuan Holy Land. Yi Xiaoyao saw a picture, his face trembled, and his anger surged. The memory of Wu Tong was deeply etched in his mind. Good. He exploited them again, and now he wants to kill me. If I hadn't remained silent, would he really think I'm so easy to bully? Yi Xiaoyao laughed in anger. He lowered his head and looked at the heaven-seeking mirror in his hand, narrowing his eyes in thought. This man deserves to be beheaded. Kill him. The elders also turned pale. He had heard of some mistaken incidents before. Several female disciples had left the Taijuan Holy Land and never returned. The elders couldn't find any trace of them. Now I finally understand. With this heavenly mirror, how could I possibly investigate? Yi Xiaoyao waved his hand, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Don't kill him. I'll keep him as bait. Since the ancestor of harmony wants to receive the news, then I'll give him the news. Wu Tong only had to die once. Grandmother He Huan could immediately sense it. After all, they were related by blood. This heaven-seeking mirror can even travel long distances. Using bloodline as a guide to establish contact with Grandmother He Huan, we'll contact him in 2 days. Yi Xiaoyao was truly furious this time. He had just created the painted skin disguise technique, and disguising himself as Wutong would be easy. Even if grandmother He Huan was incredibly powerful, he couldn't possibly see his true form through the mirror. Throughout history, countless Taijuan disciples and elders have suffered at their hands. Elder by side, thinking that Yi Xiao didn't know how difficult and terrifying the Yin-Yang sect was to deal with. The righteous path suffered losses because their cultivation techniques and divine abilities were insufficient, and they weren't ruthless enough. Today, they were able to capture the spy and obtain a great saint artifact. Even if the joyful Union ancestor were to raise his foot in anger, they still wanted to take advantage. How could that be? Creating a few cultivation techniques for them is fine, isn't it? Yi Xiao said calmly. Their joyful Union demonic cultivation technique in his hands was definitely not good. Just because Wutong couldn't see anything unusual didn't mean his father couldn't. He had to specifically create some cultivation techniques for the demonic path. He already had a direction in mind. Elder Bai glanced at Wutong's lower half, his face twitching. However, this kind of cultivation technique can't fool those guys like the joyful Union ancestor. He didn't think much of it. Those people have lived for countless years, their cultivation reaching the heavenly realm. The young master only gained a slight advantage, showing too much contempt for the demonic Tao. This might not be a good thing. Let's give it a try. Yi Xiao said nonchalantly, leaving Elder Bai to handle the aftermath, and instructing him that this matter must not be revealed to anyone, then headed towards the small building. Sigh, it was all in vain. Elder Bai sighed helplessly, entering the courtyard to deal with the seamstress. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao returned to the small building, suppressing his discomfort, recalling Wutong's experiences, especially those demonic Tao divine techniques and cultivation methods. Because the techniques were cruel, he wasn't interested. He wanted to find some techniques specifically targeting the demonic Tao from them. After Elder Bai returned, he would give him the painted skin transformation technique so that he could pass it on to his disciples. This secret technique, wow, it's truly unbelievable. One of a kind in ancient and modern times. Elder Bai initially found it commonplace, but the more he understood, the more horrified he became. It was easy to imitate other people's appearances, and there were many such techniques, like Wutong's skinning technique. But to be able to transform into a demonic beast, perfectly matching its aura, bones, blood, flesh, and fur, this was truly shocking and outrageous. It had a similar effect to the transformation techniques of the mythical era. The young master is truly a divine being. Elder Bai exclaimed. His own Tao-slaying cultivation level was insignificant compared to the young master's. Just looking at this cultivation method, applying makeup to corpses, drawing eyebrows, altering appearances. Elder Bai felt a pang of pain in his teeth. It was so sinister. Even if one day my Taijuan disciples have no cultivation, they won't have to worry about making a living in the world. Elder Bai sighed, hurrying away. This kind of secret technique, disciples can cultivate it, and Tao-slaying kings can too. I want to make the union of blissful. The founding master couldn't find any flaws, only genuine techniques, a type of cultivation method with a survival rate of 1 in 10,000. Yi Xiao continued to contemplate Wutong's experiences and divine techniques in his mind. He thought that if he only cultivated a few of those 100 techniques, the Noihan demonic Tao, he wouldn't be able to fully control them. The key was that such a thing was simply impossible. The impact would be too great. Therefore, in the main hall, the Holy Lord, the three-eyed true monarch, and a group of supreme elders surrounded a technique, carefully observing it. For half a day, their hearts pounded. In the future, our disciples will also have life-saving secret techniques to greatly reduce the death rate when they train in the outside world. This secret technique has too much potential. It will be of great use to us. Expand it completely. This technique is something that my Taijuan sect, from the Supreme Elder to the basic disciples, is obligated to learn. The Holy Lord laughed loudly, his face beaming with joy. For the first time, Yi Xiao had created a secret technique that could even assist beings of their caliber. Elder Bai, however, looked at him with a strange expression. He cleared his throat and reminded them, "You should all take a look at the cultivation method first." The great hall suddenly fell silent. The group looked at the cultivation method one by one, all in silence. Regarding the corpse, to have a group of Tao-slaying kings decorate the corpse, this sacred place's painting style is getting more and more off the mark. The Holy Lord only focused on profit. A moment later, after the Supreme Elders had left, Elder Bai reported on Wu Tong's situation. Great Saint Artifact. He really did spend all his resources. The Saint Lord was utterly shocked, giving a cold laugh, then suddenly clasped his hands behind his back and paced back and forth, frowning. In 3 days, the three-eyed true monarch will be taking his disciples to the Heavenly Master Holy Land to participate in the competition. The young master also wants to go and see, as he's very interested in the Heavenly Master Holy Land scripture repository. A major incident might occur on the way. Elder Bai's face was filled with worrying. If those demonic cultivators knew about Yi Xiaoyao's energy-generating cultivation method, they would surely go mad and attempt an assassination. Why not let the young master go? What's the point of hiding in the Holy Land? The Holy Master waved his sleeve, his gaze distant. Without experiencing blood and fire, how can one surpass the geniuses of their generation and become a saint? This is the difference between us and the demonic sect. Those guys all fought their way to the top. Elder Bai remained silent, then heard the Holy Master say, "We'll discuss this later." He then changed the subject. "Kill those 2 little demons. How dare they come to my holy land and jump around?" The demonic sect is truly becoming more and more arrogant. Thinking of this, the Holy Master felt a pang of helplessness. Their disciples had suffered too many losses over the years, never gaining the upper hand. This was the main reason for the demonic sect's arrogance. It seems the young master wants to create several cultivation techniques to target the yin-yang sect. Elder Bai hesitated, causing the Holy Master to be stunned. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh. This junior brother really thinks the yin-yang sect is stupid, that they can't see through the flaws in the cultivation techniques. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, let him do as he pleases. Hopefully, he can give me a little surprise. Suppress the demonic aura, even if it's just killing 1 or 2 little demons. That would be good." At the same time, the three-eyed true monarch, along with the core elders of the Tao integration realm, personally imparted a secret technique. This secret technique was highly valued by them and absolutely could not be leaked. The entire Holy Land was in an uproar, all shocked. This secret technique, unexpectedly, was valued to such an extent. Holy cow, this is indeed a peerless method of concealing one's whereabouts. Being able to disguise oneself as an animal is too extraordinary. I wonder if it's possible to easily become a tiger demon and blend into a pack of tigresses. This junior brother, your idea is very inappropriate. Who ultimately created this? Which ancient sage? Looking at this method of applying makeup to corpses, there's no escaping it. The team has made a great impact. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Wow, the group is getting more and more sinister from top to bottom. The Holy Land was buzzing with discussion, each person excited as if they had found a treasure. Compared to the group's desperate cultivation techniques, they still prefer the life-saving painted skin embalming technique. Who cares if they live longer? And after that day, corpses around the Taijuan Holy Land disappeared overnight. Further away, in the mortal cities, cemeteries were filled with mysterious young men and women. Many even fought over the embalming business. "I'll do the embalming. Get lost. I'll do it. I won't take the money. I'll take the money. 10 taels. I'll take 30 taels." In front of the cemetery, a crowd of people watched in astonishment as two young men fought over embalming a dead person. Contacting the dead to do work is considered bad luck. Even those who offer money refuse. Surprisingly, someone is now taking the money back and doing it. What a strange story. Mingguang City, a city inhabited by mortals. In front of the ancient Tang sect, the words cemetery hung high above. A hunched old scholar, leaning on a walking stick, angrily led his servants, his face flushed red, pointing at the middle-aged man who had been chased out of the gate and shouting, "How can you be so ostentatious? You don't even have the skills of a 3-year-old child. You are disrespecting the spirit of my elder brother." Clearly a respected elder of a noble family, the old scholar raised his foot. After cursing, he quickly turned and knelt down, bowing to the corpse in the hall and repeatedly saying, "I was wrong." The corpse, however, had large dark circles under its eyes. Its lips were red and purple, and its makeup was unsightly, like a woman who had just learned to apply powder and cosmetics. The middle-aged man wearing coarse cloth and a hemp robe was spat on by a stream of dog blood, utterly mortified. Seeing the old scholar turn around and scold him, he had no choice but to flee for his life. Little junior brother, is this secret technique of yours really effective? The middle-aged man cautiously glanced at the cemetery, standing at the end of the alley, his eyes vacant, questioning life. A faint crack appeared between his eyebrows. Time, like sand, silently slips away. One bright, sunny day finally arrived, marking the time to head to the Heavenly Master Sacred Land for the competition. Unlike previous years, when other sacred lands always overpowered Taijuan, at most achieving third place, even that was considered a very old-fashioned feat. The worst was last time. The competition was held at Taijuan Sacred Land, their home ground, yet they ended up fighting against the rookies of Kunlun Sacred Land for second place. Since then, Taijuan disciples have lost interest in the competition. However, this time is clearly different. Because their cultivation group has created many divine abilities, their strength has skyrocketed. Junior brother, you've mastered many divine abilities from your group. It's time to show off in the competition. If you can overpower other sacred lands, I'll personally bestow upon you the title of Taijuan King of Show-Offs. Last time, all the senior brothers were defeated and ridiculed for a long time. This time, I want to avenge the humiliation for my senior brothers. I can no longer suppress the primordial power within my body. My great saber is also starving and impatient. This generation of elite Taijuan disciples, led by the Taijuan Saint Sun, were all preparing themselves, heads held high, chests puffed out, their spirits soaring. As the 5-year competition began, the upper realm contestants who had been training outside also returned, excitedly bidding farewell to their junior brothers. Some instructed that there was someone from the Penglai Holy Land, and that he was someone's younger brother, telling them to grovel before him. Others instructed that there was a beautiful woman from the Divine Sword Holy Land, and since they couldn't win her over back then, they should win her younger sister for them. There were also elders instructing their disciples, saying that their love rival had snatched their beloved away, and now their son was 14 years old. Disciple, you understand. Meanwhile, inside the small building, after 3 days, Yi Xiao finally obtained 2 unique divine techniques from the Yin-Yang sect, along with a book of medicinal formulas. Ding, look at Wu Tong's true essence of swordsmanship, from which he comprehended the profound sword techniques and created the 9 Swords of Dugu. 9 Swords of Dugu, a high-level earth-grade divine technique, its power comparable to a heaven-grade technique. Simply consuming 10,000 iron swords is enough to achieve mastery. Cultivating to the 9th sword increases combat power 9-fold. However, due to the super-intensive cultivation, after reaching the perfected state, the survival rate is only 1 in 10,000. Ding, look at the 28 demonic techniques, integrating and mastering them to create the Great Star Absorption Technique. Absorption of Essence Technique, top-tier Earth-level technique, capable of devouring the true essence of others for one's own use, increasing cultivation level. When cultivated to its limit, the immense and mixed true essence has a 99% chance of causing death by body explosion, while the remaining 0.1% has a chance of advancing 1 minor realm. Supreme Elixir, a heaven-grade secret elixir, swallowing it can break through to the heavenly human realm. All elixirs contain poison. This poison is chronic, manifesting as impotence within 7 to 14 days. Anyone who has intercourse with the person who swallowed this elixir will be infected. For women, it causes impotence for 30 days each month. For men, it causes lifelong impotence. It's difficult to cure for those below the level of a saint. Yi Xiao saw the first 2 points and didn't think much of it. His original focus was on this kind of extremely high fatal divine ability. Its power was great, its temptation great, and it was a true divine ability. Even a saint couldn't see through its trick. The elixir formula, however, this was the first thing he created besides a divine ability or cultivation technique. Erectile dysfunction is a contagious disease. 1 infects 10, 10 infects 100. This is a contagious disease. And it even has an incubation period. Isn't this a different kind of sexually transmitted disease? Yi Xiao gasped, not daring to imagine what consequences this thing would cause if it were released into the dual cultivation demon sect. They rely on dual cultivation to become stronger, and if he were to impotent those guys, what kind of dual cultivation would that be? He guessed the entire Yin-Yang sect would be thrown into chaos. The poison in the elixirs is very difficult to eliminate. This is a fundamental problem. Even a saint wouldn't be able to solve it. Yi Xiao felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Today it's elixir formulas, tomorrow what? Refining techniques? Demonic formations? Let's do it! Yi Xiao carefully wrote down the 2 divine abilities and the elixir formulas. Still a formidable little group, the dragon tiger body tempering technique suits me perfectly. In this competition, I'll definitely slaughter everyone and make those guys from the misty immortal palace cry daddy. Inside a secluded villa, Little Diamond emerged from his seclusion, gloating. His body was full of muscles, his height 2 meters, his waist wide and his legs thick, almost as big as the gate itself. Only his head was delicate and charming, his expression rather immature, similar to the diamond of the barbarians. Quick, go to the main hall to report, and head to the Heavenly Master's Holy Land. Little Diamond's face was full of excitement as he violently opened the large door. As soon as he opened it, a shadow fell over him, and a mosquito stood straight outside. What made Little Diamond's scalp tingle was that the mosquito was as big as a tiger in the forest, pitch black and gleaming, its sharp suction cups aimed at his neck, as if ready to suck his blood at any moment. A ghost! Little Diamond let out a mournful scream. So dashing! You say it's a demon. You really haven't seen much of the world. The mosquito swatted, squeezing through the doorway. Then a large amount of ink-like substance emanated from its body, and Yi Xiaoyao's figure appeared. Little team leader. Little Diamond clutched his heart, still dazed. After a long, he finally recovered, his eyes wide. Little team leader's painted skin disguise technique was perfected. He truly lived up to his title, but this mosquito's head was enormous. I came to ask for your help. Your acting skills are excellent. Play the son of the ancestor of Joyful Union. Yi Xiao pulled Little Diamond into the room. What kind of nonsense, the ancestor of Joyful Union? Why don't you play that role? I don't like playing other people's sons. Little team leader, please let me go. I don't want to die. Little Diamond almost wet his pants out of fear. Who didn't know the ancestor of Joyful Union's name? He devoured both men and women, had no qualms about sex, and killed without blinking an eye. It's not an ordinary serious injury. It's not that easy to kill someone like that. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes, then recounted Wu Tong's situation and his plan. Little Diamond looked at the cultivation techniques and pill formulas in his hand, his pupils widening in shock. The young master could actually create such a peerless divine ability. He can even create pill formulas. The high-ranking officials of the Holy Land don't know about this. This news is too shocking. Little Diamond felt like he was holding a treasure, his heart trembling. Creating 100 Earth-level cultivation techniques and divine abilities was already a great feat, but now it seemed that the Taijuan Holy Land, from top to bottom, had underestimated the young master. Divine abilities and pill formulas are 2 completely different fields. He never imagined that the young master would also possess such heaven-defying creativity in the field of alchemy. However, Little Diamond glanced at the contents. He looked back at Yi Xiao, his expression a mixture of admiration, a strange and indescribable fear. The young master is indeed an unparalleled talent. Luckily, he's my young master. Little Diamond trembled. These 2 divine abilities and the pill formula alone possessed power far more terrifying than even a Dao-slaying king. He even felt a little sorry for the Yin-Yang sect. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now, especially the exquisite elixir. He felt a chill run down his spine. Then, Yi Xiao performed the painted skin transformation technique using demon blood as makeup and began to adorn Little Diamond. Currently, too many people cultivate this technique, and his experience points were already full. As needed, Little Diamond's enormous body transformed into Wu Tong's appearance, his aura, features, and physique all identical. Truly miraculous. Little Diamond looked into the mirror, exclaiming in amazement, further admiring the ancestor's ability to create such a technique. Don't reveal yourself. Yi Xiao pointed at Little Diamond's forehead, transferring Wu Tong's memories, then took out a bronze mirror and placed a drop of Wu Tong's blood on it. Yi Xiao chanted an incantation. 36 provinces of Kangyuan. The Yin-Yang sect, located in Yangzhou, bordering Linzhou, the location of the Taijuan Holy Land, was not too far away. The sect is situated in a place of lush green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by abundant and dense primordial energy. With nearly 300,000 disciples, its scale surpasses that of the Taijuan Holy Land. Those who enter and exit are all handsome men and beautiful women, each exuding an aura of malevolence. Inside a magnificent palace, the silver-haired, wrinkled-skinned ancestor He Huan sits cross-legged on a cushion, eyes closed, radiating an imposing and majestic aura like a towering mountain. Suddenly, a wave of energy ripples before his eyes. Ancestor He Huan abruptly opens his eyes, his deep gaze revealing surprise and disbelief. Then a glint of light flashes in them. Could it be news from the Taijuan Holy Land? Recently, the news of Yi Xiaoyao's creation of 100 martial arts techniques has been circulating wildly, unconvinced by both the righteous and demonic factions. They consider it a fabrication. However, many demonic cultivators, due to the Blood Cave trial, have begun to investigate Yi Xiaoyao's whereabouts, partly to verify his identity and partly to kill him. The Yin-Yang sect lost a saintly son, so of course they wouldn't give up their intentions. With a wave of his hand, a ripple appeared before him, transforming into a mirror, revealing Wu Tong within. Tong, how's the investigation going? Can that Yi Xiaoyao really create a cultivation technique? Grandmother He Huan had always scoffed at and disbelieved Yi Xiaoyao's creation of 100 divine techniques and martial arts. He suspected that this was a tactic used by the high-ranking officials of the Taijuan Holy Land to create a spectacle, preparing for the next year's recruitment of disciples. It was pure deception. For years, the children and teenagers of Linzhou had preferred to travel thousands of miles to join the Yin-Yang sect rather than the Taijuan Holy Land. Joining Taijuan meant risking being killed by the demonic sect, and their future prospects were far inferior to those of the demonic sect. He wasn't the only one. Those righteous Holy Lands also believed this, though they didn't openly criticize it. However, despite this, he still wanted to verify the Taijuan Holy Land's fabricated story. It is indeed possible to create martial arts. I've observed it for a long time, and it is indeed accurate. In the mirror, Wu Tong solemnly said, his mouth filled with awe and admiration. This wasn't just a facade. Yi Xiaoyao's comprehension was incredibly extraordinary. His disciples in this generation would benefit greatly. What? Patriarch He Huan was unsettled, but is there any evidence? The Taijuan Holy Land has no shortage of disciples who cultivate those 100 techniques, and many have become stronger. Wu Tong spoke truthfully. Patriarch He Huan's expression changed repeatedly. He suddenly stood up and paced around the main hall, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How is that possible? Creating divine techniques is such a difficult task. For countless years, the righteous path has faced continuous difficulties, yet no progress has been made. How could an 8-year-old junior create so many divine techniques? He still couldn't believe it, and repeatedly asked Wu Tong for confirmation. My son, I still don't dare to deceive him. Besides, this kind of thing will eventually be verified over time. 1 or 2 techniques, you could say it's a coincidence. But 100 techniques? Is this guy's cultivation method a perfect creation? And judging from the meaning, the cultivation starts very simply. This is even more impossible. Grandmother He Huan's face contorted into a frown, his heart churning with turmoil. This shock was too great. It took Grandmother He Huan more than half a day to process it. This isn't a mistake. Fortunately, it's only Earth level. It doesn't pose a threat to my Yin-Yang sect. And besides, he won't live much longer. Grandmother He Huan remained silent for a long time, then calmed down. He decided that the Demon Heaven Cauldron was a great power, a saint-level expert, 100 techniques. It is only suitable for the lowest layer of the Taijuan sacred land. Where could the impact go? However, even if it's an Earth-level technique, we can't let the Taijuan Holy Land get the upper hand. Go ahead, steal all those 100 divine techniques and cultivation methods. I'll let my disciples practice them. Grandmother He Huan sneered, a hint of amusement in his voice. It's just making a wedding dress for our Yin-Yang sect. The resentment he felt earlier due to the death of the Yin-Yang Holy Son had now dissipated considerably. Father, the Taijuan Holy Land's high-ranking officials are extremely wary. It's not good to replicate this, Wu Tong said awkwardly. Before Grandmother He Huan could frown, he interrupted. However, a few days ago, Yi Xiaoyao created 2 more divine techniques and a set of alchemy formulas. I've already asked for them. Yi Xiaoyao is young and immature. He lacks vigilance. At this point, Wu Tong chuckled. Grandmother Hewan was slightly startled, then couldn't help but laugh heartily. Excellent, excellent. You're truly my son. When you bring those 100 cultivation techniques, it will be enough to silence that old hag of the heavenly demon sect. Then you can go back. Wu Tong was overjoyed and presented Grandmother Hewan with a cultivation technique, a divine ability, and a set of medicinal formulas. Grandmother Hewan carefully examined them. With his cultivation level, he could easily discern any problems. After repeatedly confirming there were no issues, he couldn't help but praise loudly, his eyes widening in surprise. This brat is truly a peerless genius. The Doga 9 Swords is comparable to the heavenly level, and its power is so immense. The star-absorbing great technique is even more extraordinary, devouring other people's true essence to strengthen oneself. It's simply tailor-made for my demonic Tao. It's a pity he didn't join my demonic Tao. To be able to shock this old demon, the ancestor of joyful union, is something that hasn't happened in thousands of years. He had to admit that Yi Xiaoyao's comprehension surpassed all the geniuses of ancient and modern times. And this supreme elixir, it can actually help someone break through to the heavenly human realm. The gap between the spirit realm and the heavenly human realm is like a chasm, a transcendent and otherworldly chasm. Even the most exceptional geniuses would find it difficult to cross, let alone ordinary cultivators, who might never be able to cross this threshold in their lifetime. The demonic path also has similar elixirs, but these breakthrough elixirs only increase the probability. Compared to the first one, it's like heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, good. My yin-yang sect will definitely be able to strengthen its overall strength, and this is a great achievement. The ancestor of Joyful Union's face was full of joy. He truly lived up to his great reputation. Of all his sons, this was the one he loved the most. He suddenly asked, "Yes, why haven't I seen the courtesan?" He closed his eyes, staring intently at Wu Tong's reflection in the mirror. In the image, Wu Tong was stunned, a look of bewilderment in the depths of his eyes. He wasn't stupid. This old fox was testing him. Even with the heavenly mirror, he still wasn't at ease. But very quickly, a beautiful figure appeared beside Wu Tong, slightly kneeling. Greetings, ancestor. Although Xuanyang was Wu Tong's Tao companion, addressing her as ancestor would immediately reveal a flaw if it were someone else. Of course, the most crucial point was, Xuanyang and the Hewan ancestor had a relationship. Calling her father was really inappropriate. Good, good. The Hewan ancestor looked for a moment, then laughed heartily, completely reassured. His expression, however, turned cold and serious. When will Xiao go to the Heavenly Master's Holy Land? Today. Is the news true? It's true. I saw that Yi Xiao has made all the necessary preparations. That's right. Grandmother Hewan's thoughts grew even more intense. Father, are you planning to kill him on the way? Having killed so many people from the demonic sect, if he were immortal, how could he quell the demonic sect's wrath? Besides, that brat killed 2 of my descendants. Grandmother Hewan said coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. As Grandmother Hewan, he had countless women and naturally many descendants. 2 of them were in the Blood Cave trial. However, those 2 were born to him and the old demon Tianyu's wife. They used a secret technique to mimic his bloodline, and no one knew about it. After a brief conversation, Grandmother Hewan waved his hand, severing the connection. Just then, a figure appeared in a secluded corner, slightly bowing. Should we notify the Taiyan demonic palace, the Asura sect, and the Brahmin? The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. The Yin-Yang sect master, Yang Tianzhong. It's not just the Yin-Yang sect that wants to kill Yi Xiaoyao. The other 3 sects have long wanted to act. Previously, Yi Xiaoyao stayed in the Taishuan Holy Land, unable to find an opportunity. Now that he's coming out, this opportunity naturally cannot be missed. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A figure in a blood-red robe entered the main hall, his face expressionless as he looked at the Hehuan ancestor. HMPH, you really did send your son to the Taishuan Holy Land and return him to the Key to Mirror. What a grand scheme. Aren't you afraid of losing him? That little beast Yi Xiaoyao killed my great-grandson. He must die. This time, there absolutely cannot be any mishaps. Following closely behind, two more figures appeared. One was a gloomy old woman, the Saint King of the Tai Yin Demon Palace. Another figure, a thin, middle-aged man, resembling a ghost, was none other than the Brahmin Saint King. The Yin-Yang sect master, upon seeing this, quickly retreated to a secluded spot. These three were all ancient relics who had crawled out of their coffins because of the death of their sect saint's son. Although the Tai Yin saint's son didn't die, he lost half his life, enraging the Tai Yin Demon Palace. They immediately dispatched people to discuss an assassination attempt. "Are you three worried about me?" The Yin-Yang ancestor frowned. The three remained silent, their unspoken meaning clear. Yi Xiao is the grandson of those 7 old geezers of the Yi family. He's not so easy to kill. If you three don't get close, you'll probably be instantly killed by the 4 ancestors of Taijuan. These words were blunt, but true. A half-step great saint acting as a protector, this was something that could be counted on the fingers of one hand in the entire Kingyuan realm. It's not like I'm risking my life fighting the 4 ancestors of Taijuan with my assassination abilities. They're just ants, easy as pie. It's just that I might not be able to escape, but for the sake of my grandson's revenge, it's worth it. The Brahmin Ghost Saint King said calmly. There's no need to discuss this further. I already have a plan. It's foolproof. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. If Yi Xiao doesn't make it to the Heavenly Master's sacred land, we'll go and check it out then. Good, not long after. Patriarch Hewan stood in a massive chamber. Beside him was the Yin-Yang sect master, Yang Qianzhong. Both stared intently ahead. On a stone platform, 6 spirit realm disciples were cultivating divine techniques, all handsome men and beautiful women radiating an aura of malevolence. On the other side, a blazing furnace burned fiercely, and beside it stood the Yin-Yang sect's alchemy grandmother. Patriarch, this technique is undeniably authentic, truly real. A young man, a righteous spirit realm cultivator who had just been released from prison, rushed forward to Patriarch Hewan with a look of ecstatic joy. This star absorption great technique is indeed the most extraordinary technique among Earth-level cultivators. After devouring the true essence of one cultivator, my cultivation level has increased significantly. If I devour the true essence of 20 more cultivators, I will definitely be able to achieve half-step heavenly human. The creator of this technique is truly exceptionally talented. Another man and woman also opened their eyes, excitedly saying, unable to contain their shock. Having been in the demonic path for many years, what demonic techniques hadn't they heard of? But this technique was so miraculous, something they had never encountered before. Initially, they were somewhat unwilling and dissatisfied when they heard that the Patriarch had summoned them to try the new technique, but now, where was the slightest dissatisfaction? Patriarch Hehuan narrowed his eyes, extending his divine consciousness to scan the 3 bodies repeatedly, finding no abnormalities, and showing a satisfied expression. This time, he was completely certain that the star absorption great technique was flawless. This Dagon 9 swords is also astonishing. I devoured hundreds of iron swords and have also reached the minor accomplishment stage. The other 3 young men also opened their eyes, filled with excitement. This method of devouring iron swords, although very unconventional, was still acceptable for those in the demonic path. Bang! One of them slashed with a sword, the sword light sweeping across, cutting a sword mark more than a meter long on the ground. The man exclaimed in admiration, his heart filled with astonishment, wondering where the Dao ancestor had obtained this divine ability. Ha ha ha, excellent! The Yin-Yang sect master clapped his hands and laughed, his heart also greatly shaken. That Yi Xiao was indeed a prodigy. Although he was only at the true profound realm, he could even create this divine ability. Unbelievable! It's truly unbelievable! At this very moment, another alchemist master also successfully refined a superb pill. The medicinal pill turned red. A grandmother of alchemy could refine sacred pills. For him, even heaven-grade elixirs were not difficult to concoct. In my opinion, this pill definitely has the effect of helping someone break through to the heavenly human realm, Grandmother Su said, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This type of elixir was extremely rare, even in the demonic Dao lineage that hadn't yet been completely eradicated. It also held considerable research value for him. Help someone break through to the heavenly human realm. One young man's eyes lit up. His name was Wang Jingshan, a peak spirit realm cultivator who had been trapped in this bottle for half a year. The allure of this elixir was immense. Others' eyes also shone brightly. Try it, the yin-yang sect master said with a slight smile, showing considerable respect for Wang Jingchen. Thank you, sect master. Wang Jingchen was overjoyed, hastily and solemnly accepting the elixir, and immediately sat cross-legged to begin his seclusion. Under the envious gazes of others, he began his attempt to break through to the heavenly human realm. The so-called celestial being is the transformation of the spiritual infant into the primordial spirit, merging with the physical body, achieving the unity of heaven and man. If the control of the spiritual realm over the primordial energy of heaven and earth is 1, then the control over the primordial energy of heaven and earth is 99. Every movement of the hand and foot is imbued with the power of heaven and earth. I wonder if it can be successful? The ancestor of the harmonious union couldn't help but narrow his eyes, raising his spirits to 12 parts. This elixir has a significant effect on the yin-yang sect. 3/4 of an hour later, Wang Jingchen finally used the power of the elixir to break through the barrier. He entered the celestial being realm. A strange phenomenon appeared above his head, a swirling vortex, then was almost completely devoured by Wang Jingchen. Ha ha ha, my cultivation has been stalled for half a year, and I finally entered the celestial being realm. Wang Jingchen suddenly opened his eyes, laughing wildly with joy. Truly successful, the effects of this elixir are truly unimaginable. The others were shocked and even more envious. I never thought it would happen. That guy created the divine technique and the pill formula, and it's all real, not a single flaw. After repeated verification, Patriarch Huan couldn't help but sigh, his resolve to kill Yi Xiaoyao growing even stronger. Patriarch means our pill formula and cultivation technique were all created by one person. Who exactly is this saint? The 6 disciples' eyes wide and in shock. If it were just one technique, they could accept it, but to create a cultivation technique and a divine technique, even a cannonball couldn't reach Danfeng. This is too astonishing. Even a saint would find it difficult to achieve. Grandmother Su was shocked. Unless someone's mastery of alchemy had reached the pinnacle, it would be impossible to create such a formula. Alchemists are divided into alchemists, grandmasters, masters, and pill saints. The yin-yang sect, this immortal lineage, only has a few masters. Pill saints, those capable of refining great saint-level pills, are few and far between in the entire Kengyuan realm. You don't need to know. Ancestor He Huan waved his hand, dismissing them, a smile spreading across his face. This time we've gained a great advantage. Excellent. Ha ha ha, if this were to reach the Taijuan Holy Land, wouldn't the Taijuan 7 ancestors be furious to death? I'm already looking forward to those 100 cultivation techniques, hoping my son can give me a surprise. The more he thought about it, the more cheerful he became. Yi Xiaoyao is indeed a monster. It's a pity he died. Why not capture him and enslave him to become a member of our yin-yang sect? I believe that under various tortures, he will obediently serve us. The yin-yang sect master's eyes gleamed with evil, his heart pounding at this plan. The He Huan ancestor was also tempted, but quickly shook his head. Killing him would be good enough. Wanting to capture Yi Xiaoyao alive from the Taijuan for ancestors, that's impossible. After saying that, he waved his hand. Since we've confirmed these things are fine, let's mass-produce top-grade pills. Those 2 divine techniques and cultivation methods will also be passed down to strengthen our sect. One day, when our disciples use the techniques created by Yi Xiaoyao to kill the disciples of the Taijuan sect, that scene will surely be very interesting. Ha ha. The joyful union ancestor said happily, then stepped out of the secret chamber, his figure flashing and disappearing. He disappeared with him, along with the Asura sect, the Brahma sect, and the Taiyan demon palace's Saint King. Their target, naturally, was Yi Xiaoyao. We will obey the ancestor's decree. The yin-yang sect master bowed, arranging the divine techniques and cultivation methods and the pill formulas, a smile on his face. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. The disciples are truly fortunate. Haha. In the courtyard of the Taijuan Holy Land, the makeup artist was covered in smudged makeup, revealing Yi Xiaoyao's figure. This old man is really difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the young master, transforming into the makeup artist's appearance, I'm afraid he would have been exposed by now. Little Jin Gang was still apprehensive, somewhat uncertain, and asked, "Young master, with so many suspicions surrounding the He-Huan ancestor, will there be any change?" Yi Xiaoyao's methods were very clever. At least, he couldn't figure them out. But the other party didn't seem to be at a loss either. Even his own son was being investigated. "No, the things I gave him were genuine, so suspicion is useless. Just wait and watch the show," Yi Xiaoyao sneered. Little Jin Gang heard this, felt relieved, and couldn't help but look forward to it. If it's possible to cause chaos and panic in the Yin-Yang sect, it will probably shock everyone. Yi Xiaoyao is the main contributor. He also participated and shares in the glory. Thinking about it makes him very excited. That ancestor He-Huan wants to assassinate the group. Shouldn't we not go to the Heavenly Master's Holy Land? Little Diamond thought of this and couldn't help but worrying. He only now realized that ancestor He-Huan had already prepared to attack the group. Not go, why not go, since he wants to play? Then let's play along, Yi Xiaoyao said calmly, his eyes cold. He had already made a plan in his heart. It was late afternoon. A golden-winged great ROC, about 10,000 feet tall, hovered above the gate of Mount Taijuan. On its back, over 100 Taijuan elites were excitedly waving goodbye to their masters and senior brothers outside the mountain gate. Those participating in the competition were all true core realm cultivators, all carefully selected, and none were older than 16, truly a great generation of newcomers. Not only were there Taijuan disciples, but also disciples from the Kunlun Holy Land's Heavenly Yuan Holy Master, as well as disciples of Su Cheng and Li He. And Yi Xiaoyao was among them. The difference was that he had used a painted skin disguise technique to disguise himself as someone from Taijuan named Mo Fan. Sitting behind the three-eyed true monarch, Yi Xiaoyao was Wu Tong, the son of the Hewan ancestor. However, he was controlled by the three-eyed true monarch and unable to move. Furthermore, with the heaven-seeking mirror, he could conceal his true identity even from a great saint. Among the crowd, only Little Diamond and Three-Eyed True Monarch knew the truth. The others still thought that the one sitting behind Three-Eyed True Monarch was their own little group. Little Diamond approached Yi Xiaoyao, who was disguised, his eyelids twitching. However, it must be said, this was a brilliant plan. Little Diamond was utterly impressed. At 8 years old, his mind was already so deep. What would it be like when he grew up? See. Little Diamond turned pale and retreated awkwardly. Yi Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, staring at the impostor behind Three-Eyed True Monarch, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Come on, joyful Union ancestor. I'll give you a chance to kill me. Go!" Following the Three-Eyed True Monarch's loud shout, the golden-winged great ROC let out a cry, spread its wings, and carried the group soaring into the distance. At the entrance of Mount Taijuan, the elders watched them depart. This time it certainly won't be like before, being suppressed and beaten by other sacred lands. I'm really looking forward to it. With the group's cultivation techniques, we'll definitely win first place. Taijuan will prosper. Next year, when we recruit disciples, we'll also have something to show for ourselves. It will definitely be a huge success then. Fortunately, we have Ziyao. All the elders discussed, their faces beaming with joy and anticipation. The Holy Master's face also lit up with joy, but it quickly darkened. It's just a pity that Ziyao's cultivation hasn't caught up. If he hadn't participated in the competition, he could definitely have continued the glory of the Blood Cave trial. Alas, this is unavoidable. The young master is obsessed with all kinds of ancient texts. This time, going to the Heavenly Master Holy Land is also to seek out their scripture repository. He created a cultivation method that benefited the Taijuan, so his cultivation will naturally be delayed. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. The crowd sighed softly, not knowing that Yu Ziya's cultivation had already reached the spirit realm. There are few in this generation who can compete with him. In their hearts, Yu Ziya was still the undisputed king in terms of cultivation. Seeing those few from the Blood Cave trial in this competition, who are all far superior to him, should be able to ignite his fighting spirit and focus on cultivation, which is also a good thing. Elder Bai, holding a copy of the newly released 8 trigrams, looked at it thoughtfully and couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. As Yi Xiaoyao's personal nanny, he hadn't left, having been left behind in the sacred land by Yi Xiaoyao. However, he had taken Wutong with him, claiming some kind of plan, though no one knew what he was up to. With the 4 ancestors accompanying them, he wasn't worried about Zhao Yao's safety. That's right. The Taijuan Holy Lord and others said, their eyes brightening. Ah! Elder Bai looked at the 8 trigrams, his face suddenly darkening. He angrily pointed at the first piece of information. These stubborn, brainless bald donkeys. What? The crowd was stunned, looking at it intently, their faces turning pale. The Western land's deduction of the heavenly secrets is definitely wrong. The creation of the golden body by the ancestor has absolutely no connection to Buddhism. They all cursed loudly. Just a page above the 8 trigrams book suddenly revealed to eye-catching headlines. On the left was, shocking! The ancient imperial family of the Ninla Phoenix clan has been born. A grand feast is being held to welcome all races in the 8 deserts. On the right was, shocking! Heavenly secrets revealed. Yi Xiaoyao, possessing the Buddhist golden body, is a seemingly real reincarnation of Shakyamuni Buddha. The Bodhisattva of Ling Mountain Galam has arrived in the Western lands with 18 disciples, inviting Buddhists to enter the gate of emptiness. A Bodhisattva, according to their realm, is a great saint, and for a great saint to personally intervene is enough to show how explosive this news is. Yi Xiaoyao knew absolutely nothing about this. If he knew, he would probably be furious. The notoriously stubborn bald monk of the Buddhist sect, when he sets his sights on an event, will lead the charge to their deaths. We will not let this go. At this moment, he was sitting on the back of the golden-winged great ROC, strangely observing the other side. Behind the three-eyed true monarch, Wu Tong, disguised as Yi Xiaoyao, was surrounded by Kunlun disciples. He saw Su Cheng bowing and scraping, solicitously asking Yi Xiaoyao if he wanted tea. Li He, this rough-looking man, asked if he needed a foot massage, and several young women constantly nudging Yi Xiaoyao. A complete group of sycophants. Unfortunately, the fake Yi Xiaoyao was controlled by the three-eyed true monarch and completely ignored them. Before long, seemingly feeling wronged by Yi Xiaoyao's indifference, those young girls pouted and began to sob, playing the victim. Xiaoyao, my divine abilities are shallow. I'm afraid I'll be beaten in this competition. Are you really going to let me be beaten by others? Please, the sect has rewarded us with over a dozen divine abilities, brother. After saying that, tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried uncontrollably. So, they're asking for divine abilities. Yi Xiaoyao heard the mournful and sorrowful cries, and remained speechless. It must be said that the sound of a girl's crying truly pierced the soul. The hearts of several Taijuan disciples were breaking. What made Yi Xiaoyao's eyes widen the most was that those women perfectly exemplified what it means to be women are made of water. They cried for 3 days straight, their eyes swollen, and yet Yi Xiaoyao didn't budge. It seemed they couldn't take it anymore, so the three-eyed true monarch controlled Yi Xiaoyao to speak and send them away. Clang, you saw the women sobbing, comprehended the great Tao of sound within, and gained some understanding, creating the divine ability funeral crying. Funeral crying, a top-tier earth-level sound wave divine ability. Its power can rival heaven level. Just cry every day. You must experience the profound sorrow. Your mind and spirit become one. Seriously crying for a few days can achieve minor mastery, and achieving major mastery in 100 days. Yi Xiaoyao. So, in the system's eyes, these women sobbing are crying for my mother. I'm not dead yet. Yi Xiaoyao was speechless. This system must have some serious illness. But it must be said, this divine ability is truly abnormal. Among his 100 divine ability techniques, only a handful can compare to heaven level. Teaching it to disciples would be enough to be a deadly weapon in competitions. Crying a few times is enough to get the group to teach me a divine ability. Even if 1,000 girls cried, I'd still want to teach them. A chubby young man whispered beside him. Yi Xiaoyao glanced at him. This person's name is Zheng Yuan, and he has a good relationship with Yi Xiaoyao, who is disguised as Mo Fan. At 16 years old, he has just reached the limit to participate in the competition, already possessing half-step spirit realm cultivation, considered top tier among these contestants. However, in these 3 days, Yi Xiaoyao has come to understand that this person and Mo Fan both come from beggar backgrounds. Zhang Yuan has a 5-step elder above him, and both were adopted by the red-faced elder. Zhang Yuan is the most resilient disciple of this generation. He has a strong character and a passionate spirit. I thought you were being morally weak and saying that Yi Xiaoyao doesn't understand the importance of righteous contributions. Yi Xiaoyao said with a smile. How could that be? The young master created cultivation methods for us, paved the way for us, delaying his own cultivation. Such nobility, such selflessness. We Taijuan disciples are grateful enough to be grateful. How could we interfere? Besides, how could the Kunlun Holy Land, with its bare hands, obtain the divine techniques that the group poured all their heart and soul into? Zhang Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with admiration. My dream is to live up to the group's expectations, to become a powerful figure, to protect Taijuan, and to protect the group. Yi Xiaoyao cleared his throat, his face flushing slightly upon hearing this. Zhang Yuan looked somewhat dejected. It's just a pity. A pity what? Zifan, you said I should go ask the group for guidance on divine techniques. Would he teach me? Zhang Yuan changed the subject, a little hopeful, yet a little nervous. The group rarely taught others privately. You want to ask him? Fine. Look, didn't he even respond to those Kunlun guys? Yi Xiaoyao smirked. Discussing himself with the other party felt strange. But some of my divine techniques have reached a bottleneck. If I lose in the competition, it would be too embarrassing for the group. Zhang Yuan, blushing, said, You might as well ask me for advice. I'm much stronger than him. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes and said excitedly. He pressed down on Mo Fan's shoulder to help himself up, took a step forward, then stopped, facing the sunlight, and suddenly said, Zifan, do you still remember the scene when we were children and joined the Taijuan sect? I remember that day when it was snowing heavily, and we were hiding in a dilapidated temple. Just having enough to eat was our wish. Unbeknownst to us, we've reached this height. Zhang Yuan chuckled twice, turned his back to Yi Xiaoyao, and walked straight ahead. Little ancestor, I have some divine abilities. Please teach me. Zhang Yuan cleared his throat, cautiously approaching Yi Xiaoyao. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but laugh and scold. You rascal. As soon as those Kunlun guys left, you came, not giving the little ancestor any rest. The atmosphere was peaceful, and no one felt surprised. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but blush. Not only his face, but also his eyes. In that instant, under everyone's gaze, the situation escalated. Little ancestor, in the Taijuan Holy Land, I only admire and respect two people the most. One is your father, and the other is you. I really don't want to kill you. I really don't want to. Heng Yuan whimpered, trembling, then suddenly erupted, a beam of light flying out from his storage bag. It was a blood-red mace, about the size of a thumb, radiating blood-red light and surging demonic energy, seemingly filled with the wailing of countless vengeful spirits. Boom! The blood mace exploded, illuminating the sky and earth for 800 miles in a blood-red hue, suddenly shooting towards Yi Xiaoyao's forehead. This mace could slay a saint. In an instant, silence fell in all directions, everyone stunned by the sudden turn of events. This is the blood demon mace condensed by the ancestor of the joyful union. So it was you, Zhang Yuan. The three-eyed true monarch suddenly turned his head, his vertical eyes wide open, radiating a clear divine light. He stretched out his hand, angrily blocking the way. You dare! In the air, the four ancestors, clad in black robes, exuded an aura of immense power, their vast presence crushing the heavens, causing the boundless void to crumble. Chaos erupted all around. Taijuan Saint Sun, Zhao Zicheng, Su Miaoyan, Feng Che, Su Cheng, Li He, and Huayuan Saint Master, each with wide eyes, suddenly stood up, exclaiming, roaring, and shouting. Only Yi Ziyao, seated cross-legged on the back of the great ROC, remained completely motionless. Beyond 10,000 miles, four figures vanished into thin air, leaving behind the chaos on the back of the golden-winged great ROC. I really didn't expect it, to have the Taijuan Holy Land's people attack Yi Xiaoyao and even use your blood demon hammer. This hammer has extremely strong concealment and great power this time. There's no way to fail. Good. Ancestor He Huan is indeed a master strategist. That brat is undoubtedly going to die. Using just a mere spirit realm and to exchange for Yi Xiaoyao's life is truly worthwhile. Asura, Taiyan, and the Brahmados Saint King were all startled, then clapped their hands in praise. To witness Yi Xiaoyao's assassination without the Taijuan for ancestors discovering it, they pursued him from 10,000 miles away, even utilizing a concealment treasure. I said it before, this plan is foolproof. Even the closest three-eyed true monarch couldn't stop my blood demon hammer. With such close proximity, even the four patriarchs wouldn't have time to act. The joyful Union patriarch revealed a smug expression, laughing heartily. But how did that assassin manage to hide from the four patriarchs of Taijuan and even participate in the competition? The ghost Saint King's eyes flickered as he asked. Zhang Yuan, he was originally a descendant of an elder of our Yin-Yang sect, abandoned among beggars more than 10 years ago. He was a carefully planned pawn, picked up by Elder Taijuan when he was 6. He hasn't cultivated demonic techniques, nor does he know his own origins. Passing the Zhuan Din Pass wasn't difficult, but we didn't expect him to develop feelings for Taijuan Holy Land. He used his mother's life force to suppress him a while ago, which is why he was able to carry out this plan. The joyful Union patriarch sneered, his eyes filled with icy coldness and ruthlessness. How marvelous! The three Saint Kings couldn't help but clap and laugh, admiring the profound thoughts and deep calculations of the Hewan ancestor. Bang! As they spoke, the blood demon hammer, wielded by the three-eyed true monarch above the golden winged great ROC, instantly pierced through the hand of the blood demon hammer. With his cultivation level, he was completely unable to stop the Hewan ancestor, who had condensed the demon hammer with his heaven-reaching cultivation. The fourth ancestor's attempt to stop him was too late. Amidst the panic of the Taijuan group, the blood demon hammer, like lightning, pierced through Yi Xiaoyao's forehead. His soul was shattered. Yi Xiaoyao died on the spot. He was utterly dead. Little ancestor, Taijuan Saint Son, Tianyuan Saint Master, and others were completely stunned. Good. This little bastard is finally dead. My great-grandson's revenge has finally been taken. The Brahmin ghostly Saint King's face was full of delight, and he clapped his hands and said excellent 3 times. The others also revealed smiles. Taking Yi Xiaoyao's life at such a small cost was something they hadn't anticipated. Now, the result was very much to their liking. Yi Xiaoyao entered the path of cultivation with a mortal body. Although defying heaven, his cultivation is too weak, ultimately just an ant. Use this to warn the so-called prestigious orthodox sects. This is the fate of killing my saint son. The ancestor of the harmonious union became even more smug, his satisfaction indescribable. But very quickly, his face stiffened, staring intently at the face of the deceased Yi Xiaoyao thousands of miles away. Like a face painted with makeup, it revealed an extremely familiar face. The other 3 were also stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. That is, Wu Tong. How is this possible? Although thousands of miles away, with our cultivation and divine abilities, we could easily discern his true form. How could he be Wu Tong? The 3 were utterly terrified, their faces filled with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. They knew their most beloved son, the son of the Hewan patriarch. Wu Tong was exposed long ago, when the heavenly mirror fell into the hands of the Taijuan Holy Land. No wonder he couldn't deceive our investigation. After realizing this, the 3's faces instantly turned pale, veins bulging on their foreheads. They had been tricked. Looking at the Hewan patriarch, there was no longer a trace of joy. His face was contorted with unprecedented anger. Who designed this? Who? He instantly understood, his entire aura uncontrollable, distorting the surrounding void. His voice trembled violently. The reversal happened too quickly. With his thousands of years of experience, even the death of his most beloved son couldn't enrage him like this. What he couldn't accept most was that the person he had painstakingly plotted to assassinate was his own son. He himself plotted to kill his son. This plan was undeniably vicious. Suddenly, he glared intensely at a young man on the golden winged great ROC. The entire arena was in chaos. Only that person remained motionless, utterly calm. And in the center of the arena, as Wu Tong's true form was revealed, the originally enraged Taijuan Saint Son, Zhao Zicheng, and others were stunned. Clearly, this was an assassination orchestrated by the demonic sect. Tianyuan Saint Master and Su Cheng, along with several other Kunlun disciples, were also dumbfounded. This person, isn't that Yi Xiaoyao? Who is this? Where is Yi Xiaoyao? No one expected that the person they had been with for 3 days wasn't Yi Xiaoyao. Their initial anger subsided, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Xiaoyao had truly died, the entire Qingyuan realm would likely be in turmoil. At the same time, they looked around in disbelief, wondering where Yi Xiaoyao had gone. Zheng Yuan was also stunned, standing there, staring in disbelief at the unfamiliar young man before him. Zheng Yuan, the Taijuan Holy Land didn't mistreat you. Why is this happening? Zheng Yuan, why? The Taijuan Holy Sun said angrily. Zi Jingang and Zhao Zicheng were also furious, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zheng Yuan had a good reputation among the disciples. He was a good person, hardworking, and unlikely to be associated with the demonic sect. Zheng Yuan knelt down on the ground, filled with remorse and anguish, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed loudly. My mother was oppressed by them. If I didn't kill the young master, they would kill my mother. I had no choice. I had no choice. Everyone was stunned. Just then, a young man stood up, his makeup fading, revealing his true form. He glanced at Zheng Yuan, shook his head, and sighed. Take him to his feet and interrogate him later. If Zheng Yuan hadn't said that inexplicable last sentence, he wouldn't have thought this person was the one who had killed him with the Hewan ancestor's sword. Young Master. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. Zheng Yuan was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that the friend he'd been chatting with for 3 days was none other than Yi Xiaoyao. The others were also bewildered. Recovering from the shock, they all breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward to pay their respects, their expressions slightly agitated. Little ancestor, the three-eyed true monarch. His hand recovering, regained his composure, and with a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped Zheng Yuan. I didn't expect this precautionary plan of yours to be so effective, he exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. This method came from your hands, a mind like a demon tea. He Heavenly Yuan Saint Master's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Yi Xiaoyao. This guy is only 8 years old? Little Ancestor is still the most powerful. It's a good thing Little Ancestor prepared in advance. Yi Xiaoyao is still the most cunning. Zhao Zikeng, Su Maoan, Feng Che, and others were filled with admiration and relief. However, Tithan, LSHCC, and the others had different emotions. Their gazes towards Daitiu Dao were somewhat fearful, and they made up their minds that they couldn't afford to offend this guy. At the same time, they were even more envious of Daitiu Dao's divine abilities. The secret technique he had applied to Engthang was clearly the painted skin transformation technique, and they absolutely never imagined it could be so effective. Suddenly, the status of this secret technique in their hearts rose dramatically, surpassing even the heavenly level. Daitiu Dao surveyed his surroundings. Having arranged the assassination, the Hephone ancestor wouldn't be too far away, ensuring his own death. He sneered and shouted, Hephone ancestor. I, Daitiu Dao, have always followed the principle. I don't offend those who don't offend me, but if you offend me, I will turn the tables. Daitiu Dao pointed at Engthang's corpse and coldly said, this is just the beginning. After he finished speaking, silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone was utterly terrified. The ancestor of harmony, that Saint King has arrived. The void was silent, only the howling of the strong wind could be heard. After a while, a furious, ear-splitting voice rang out. Yi Xiaoyao sneered, calmly saying, no need to worry. Instead, it's the clumsy and reckless ancestor Hewan who's running around. Isn't he afraid of falling into a ravine and dying? Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned. They hadn't expected Ancestor Hewan to actually be here. Even less had they expected the young master to be so incredibly bold, facing that old demon Ancestor Hewan, not only remaining calm and composed but also able to mock him. Even the Heavenly Origin Saint Master was greatly impressed. With such courage, no one in this generation could surpass him. Little beast, this matter isn't over yet, pray. Don't fall into my hands, otherwise I'll skin you alive. The enraged ancestor Hehuan's voice boomed like thunder, echoing for thousands of miles. Who was he? A grand patriarch of the Yin-Yang sect, yet a mere junior dared to speak so recklessly before him. Ancestor he. Huan's rage remained unquenched, his venomous roar echoing. Little beast, I heard your father has entered the Forbidden Zone. Another day, I will personally enter the Forbidden Zone to send him on his way. Neither of you father and son will escape. Ancestor Hehuan, do you really think that hiding thousands of miles away, I won't find you? Suddenly, a blood-red sword light erupted, slashing furiously towards the distance. Swish! The sky, spanning thousands of miles, was like a sheet of cloth, tearing a sword mark tens of thousands of feet long. The blood-red light, like a vast ocean, filled a void thousands of miles away. Another tearing sound rang out, followed by Ancestor He Huan's agonizing groan. One arm was severed, blood staining the sky. Blood God Ancestor. The joyful Union Ancestor cried out in agony without a word, clutching his shoulder and fleeing into the distance using the void escape technique. Damn it, such a distance, and with a secret treasure protecting him. How did he detect me? Besides, this blood god ancestor's swordsmanship is even more terrifying. He can sever the joyful Union Ancestor's arm from thousands of miles away. Go, go, go. The Asura and the Taiyan Saint King were both terrified and fled. The ghost Saint King didn't tell his grandson about the revenge and quickly escaped. In the past, the blood god ancestor was on the same level as them, but now, the blood god ancestor was clearly far more terrifying than before. What terrible luck! Just a mere junior in the true profound realm. How could he have such terrifying protectors? The ghost Saint King cursed angrily. This assassination attempt was too difficult. Moreover, that Yi Xiaoyao was incredibly cunning and ruthless. At 8 years old, he almost drove the ancestor of the Harmonious Union sect insane. The intense fluctuations within had already alarmed all the major and minor righteous and demonic sects within Qingzhou. What's going on? Are there great saints fighting? Many small sects trembled, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. This level of fighting had immense destructive power, like a raging storm. And the largest immortal Taoist lineage in Qingzhou was the Heavenly Master Holy Land. A magnificent mountain suppressed the heavens and earth, its size stretching for countless miles. Inside the Heavenly Master's hall, the current ruler, the Holy Lord of Qingfeng, is receiving the distinguished guest from the misty immortal palace Guanglingzhen. Guanglingzhen, like Yi Xiaoyao's father, is a peerless king. Throughout his life, he was arrogant, rebellious, and loved freedom, but was defeated by Yi Xiaoyao's father, vowing to avenge the humiliation. Having achieved great mastery of his divine power, he wanted a rematch, but Yi Xiaoyao's father was nowhere to be found. Guanglingzhen was so furious he almost vomited blood. Such a king wouldn't normally attend a similar sacred land competition. This time, he came for two reasons. Firstly, because his son was participating in the competition, and secondly, to abduct someone. To steal a daughter-in-law. A person with an innate Tao embryo is not just attractive to the Taijuan ancestors. There are many who want to form a marriage alliance. Although I am a holy lord, this matter is not something I can decide. Who G-girl marries in the future is up to her. Even the Yi Xiaoyao brat must win her heart first. The Holy Lord of Qingfeng said with a headache. Parents' promises, matchmaking words. What does this little girl know? Besides, don't mention Yi, the son of Nantia. I don't like hearing that. Guanglingzhen frowned. Before he could finish speaking, both of them were startled and suddenly looked up. This sword aura, it's the four ancestors of Taijuan. Which blind fool dared to provoke this great Buddha? The Holy Lord of Qingfeng was shocked. The Taijuani family were all hot-tempered. It must be someone from the demonic Tao who made the move. After all, Yi Xiaoyao killed 4 demonic Tao saint sons. It's not in vain that his father's name is so famous. Guanglingzhen snorted. The Qingfeng Holy Lord sighed, somewhat resentful of his lack of ambition. He couldn't even marry G-girl to you. He's so unmotivated. Could it be that he really created 100 martial arts techniques? Guanglingzhen frowned slightly, then heard the Qingfeng Holy Lord coldly snort. His heaven-defying comprehension is undeniable. I can accept him creating 1 technique, but 100. Do you really think martial arts techniques are produced by magic? It's most likely a gimmick from the Taixuan Holy Land to attract people to join. Among the Holy Lands, Taixuan, Kunlun, and the Divine Sword Holy Land are most severely lacking successors. If they don't perform well in this competition, it will probably be even harder to recruit disciples. At this point, the Qingfeng Holy Lord shook his head. The Heavenly Master Holy Land also has this kind of problem, but it's not as serious as the Taijuan Holy Land. Only the misty immortal palace remains unshaken. I guess it's another scene of them pecking at each other like rookies from the Kunlun Holy Land. Guanglingzhen said disdainfully. On the other side, the blood god ancestor lowered his head and looked at Yi Xiaoyao, just in case something happened, and ultimately did not pursue him. He reached out his large hand and grabbed the severed hand of the Hewan ancestor, tapping twice to seal the demonic energy and the saintly aura. Take this for self-defense. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. The blood god ancestor casually tossed his arm to Yi Xiao, his figure disappearing from sight. A Saint King's arm, wow, wielding it as a staff would probably be quite powerful. Little Diamond's face was filled with shock. The others were also extremely envious. Every part of a Saint King's body was a treasure. Even a single hair could kill someone, let alone an arm. Yi Xiao considered it for a moment. It could be used as a weapon. I wonder if I can comprehend any divine abilities from this arm. Yi Xiao's heart stirred. The Heavenly Master's Holy Land isn't far. Let's continue. Three-Eyed True Monarch also looked unenviously, then shouted, and the golden-winged great continued flying. The assassination attempt, though only a prelude, had put the Taijuan disciples on high alert, especially the Taijuan Saint Sun, whose bright eyes flashed with killing intent, clearly showing his anger. They continued onward. Yi Xiao, through his continuous learning, finally discovered a divine ability from the demonic arm before arriving at the Heavenly Master's Holy Land. This was his first heavenly level divine ability. Ding, you observe the demonic arm's fur, skin, blood, and flesh, tirelessly and diligently researching, creating transplanting flowers and grafting trees. Transplanting flowers and grafting trees, a low-level heavenly level divine ability. After severing your own two legs and two arms, you can graft the limbs of a demonic beast of the same level onto your body, acquiring the beast's power and unleashing immense power. This can only be done for a short time, lasting half an hour. Afterward, you can reattach your legs and two arms, enter a weakened state, becoming a vegetated state for 3 days, and have a chance of acquiring some of the beast's special habits. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. Truly transplanting flowers and grafting trees. Yin-Yang sect. In his chambers, the 4 members of the Hewan clan, still reeling from their recent escape, sat slumped in a large armchair, their faces pale. A terrifying sword intent permeated the area where his severed arm had been, barely resisting with his immense cultivation, but unable to regrow it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Hewan's face contorted with rage, his anger uncontrollable. This assassination attempt was a complete failure. A discarded pawn, the great saint artifact, the heaven-shattering mirror, had fallen into enemy hands, his son was dead, and he himself was injured. A crushing defeat. And he was defeated by a mere true profound realm trash. He had lost all face. Is this your assassination plan? A mere butcher's knife? Open your eyes. The ghost Saint King sneered, his words laced with extreme mockery. This only enraged Hewan even more, his eyes glaring like a wild beast at the ghost Saint King. Stop talking. Let's just focus on how to kill that brat. I always feel that he will become a great threat to our demonic sect in the future. The Asura Saint King waved his hand, frowning. Recalling Yi Xiao's face, he had never seen that kind of calm and composed demeanor in an 8-year-old child. It was completely unsuitable for his age. Instead, he resembled some old immortal who had possessed another body and been reborn. His methods were too dirty. He was no less cunning than those of us in the demonic sect. The Taiyan demonic palace Saint King heard this and sneered. A great threat, a mortal entering the path of cultivation, is indeed shocking and outrageous. But throughout history, people of extraordinary talent are as numerous as carp crossing a river. Who can break through my demonic sect? This was the foundation and confidence that the Taiyan demonic palace had given him after standing for countless years. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, several loud explosions came from outside the sleeping quarters. The ghost Saint King raised his eyebrows, glared at the joyful Union ancestor, and continued to add fuel to the fire. What? Are these disciples celebrating the joyful Union ancestor's triumphant return by setting off firecrackers? Outside the sleeping quarters, the closest were the joyful Union ancestor's disciples and grand disciples. Shut up! The joyful Union ancestor's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he stepped out. The others followed suit. There weren't many who dared to make a commotion outside the joyful Union ancestor's sleeping quarters. He saw that in the distance, several wooden pavilions had their spiritual energy dissipated. The joyful Union ancestor's divine consciousness swept over them, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Inside those pavilions, the scene was bloody. Several disciples had died from their bodies exploding. This is traces of the great absorption technique. It's that technique. The ancestor of the joyful union sect's expression changed repeatedly, a vague sense of foreboding rising within him. His divine consciousness spread out like an ocean, and as it spread, his face grew increasingly grim, until finally veins on his forehead were throbbing. Chaos reigned within the joyful union sect. Elders and disciples paced back and forth with grim expressions. In various mountain peaks, caves, and headquarters, over 1,000 spirit realm and true core realm disciples had perished, all within a short period of time. Approximately 400 had died from their bodies exploding, a fact already discovered by the sect. Another 600 had died silently and without a trace. That is, the aura of the Lone Sword's divine technique. With the ancestor of the Joyful Union sect's divine abilities, he instantly recognized it, his face turning terrifyingly ferocious. He hadn't considered it before. Now everything was clear. His son, Wu Tong, had passed on a divine technique with a major problem. Ancestor, this divine power cultivation method is too bizarre. Only after cultivating to the very end did they realize it was a dead end. The Yin-Yang sect master rushed over, both frightened and angry. One of his most prized disciples had died, the very first to cultivate that heaven-shattering divine power. How is this possible? How could I not see through this deadly cultivation method? Even if Yi Xiao is incredibly powerful, he couldn't possibly have created a cultivation method that even I could conceal, the Hewan ancestor said gloomily. Unable to believe it, he could never fail to see through any problematic divine power cultivation method, unless there was a method that offered a glimmer of hope for survival, and without personally cultivating it, it would be very difficult to discern. And the disciples, clearly limited by experience and knowledge, couldn't detect the traps within. Indeed, the Yin-Yang sect master gritted his teeth and said there were a few who didn't die after cultivating it. Immediately stopped the disciple from touching those to divine techniques again. The supreme elixir and the elixir formula. The ancestor of Harmony's face was cold. The deaths of 1,000 people were heartbreaking, but not enough to make him lose his composure. Beside him, the 3 Saint Kings of Asura also heard clearly, their faces trembling. Yi Xiao created the techniques. That brat actually created techniques, matter of the 100 techniques outside was spreading like wildfire, and they naturally knew about it. Creating one technique was already incredibly difficult. 100. They had always believed this world would explode, but now they were also questioning their own existence. The Ghost Saint King was shocked and terrified. Having lived for so many years, he had encountered many strange and bizarre things, but he had never heard of anything like this. The 3 of them exchanged glances, once again reviewing their understanding of Yi Xiao. He truly was a genius. Hearing the words of the Joyful Union ancestor, and that he can even create elixirs, I'm even more convinced that Yi Xiao is some old monster who drank the Mengpo soup and reincarnated. The Asura Saint King's expression was uncertain. Reincarnation wasn't uncommon. It seemed that ancient sages had such methods, but the success rate was very, very low. These 3 days, we've successively refined a batch of exquisite pills, and nearly 800 disciples have swallowed them, all successfully advancing to the heavenly human realm. Perhaps. Seeing the Yin-Yang sect master hesitate, the Joyful Union ancestor roared, perhaps what? Perhaps those disciples are all impotent, and damn it, they're contagious. A cold wind blew through, causing the 4 heavenly Saint Kings to break out in a cold sweat. The Joyful Union ancestor's heart pounded, and he cautiously glanced at the Yin-Yang sect again. He saw a male disciple sitting on a bed inside a stone building, his head bowed, stirring his little thing. His eyes widened in disbelief. Get up, don't scare me, brother. He saw, inside a wooden house, a male disciple roaring and cursing at his lower body, crying and begging for forgiveness. I beg you to stand up and look at me. He saw, inside a magnificent golden house, a handsome man crouching on the ground, clutching his head and sobbing, surrounded by 10 women with disdainful expressions. He saw, in a pink pavilion, a female disciple screaming and hiding in a corner, bleeding profusely, a bright red stain everywhere. Beside him, the Taoist master's face was filled with disbelief and utter astonishment. Such a scene unfolded in the disciples' room. directly causing chaos. The ancestor of the joyful union's eyes bulged, almost popping out. Astonishment, fear, shock, and disbelief filled his face. I've never heard of it, never seen it before. What kind of elixir has Yi Xiao created? The Asura Saint King also swept his gaze around, but the formations in the low-level disciples' rooms still couldn't stop him. After seeing everything clearly, he couldn't help but gasp, his face filled with shock. The Taiyan Saint King was like a stunned old man, his jaw almost dropping. He was utterly defeated. Even I, a demonic Tao ancestor, am not as sinister as him. Asura brother, your thinking is correct. That Yi Xiao will definitely be a great threat to our demonic Tao in the future. Only 8 years old, 8 years old. What will he be like when he grows up? The Ghost Saint King was also shocked. Terrifying. Yi Xiao's comprehension is too terrifying. How could such a monstrous thing be created? He must die. Yi Xiao must die. Yi Xiao, damn your ancestors. The ancestor of the Joyful Union sect couldn't remain calm and roared to the heavens. His voice shook the entire Engzhou region. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. One day, the Yin-Yang sect would surely have a sleepless night. This matter would undoubtedly shake the demonic Tao soon after. It might even climb to the top of the Dao Ming's front page, becoming the hottest trending topic on the search rankings. And the instigator, at this moment, was sitting on the back of the Golden Wing Great ROC, laughing heartily, like a bright, warm, and kind little boy. Ding, the number of practitioners of the Dagu 9 Swords has reached 1,000, rewarding 1 bottle of agate pill. Agate pill can enhance cultivation. Can quickly replenish consumed cultivation. Ding. The number of practitioners of the star-absorbing great technique has reached 1,000, rewarding 1 bottle of Calming Brain Nourishing Elixir. Calming Brain Nourishing Elixir. Calming effect. Replenishes memory. Allows the host to comprehend the wondrous techniques and fly continuously. Yi Xiao was stunned, not expecting Zhensheng to succeed. He really wanted to see what kind of chaos the Yin-Yang sect had become. Then, looking at the rewards, the former was fine. It replenished mana. The latter was somewhat rare. Without a word, he directly took out the calming and brain-boosting elixir and drank half a bottle. Yi Xiao, who had originally suffered from nervous exhaustion due to comprehending the demonic arm, felt as if he had taken some kind of essential oil. His spirits instantly lifted, and he secretly praised himself. My brain feels refreshed. My thinking power is strong. Ding. Your spirits are greatly boosted. Your thinking is highly active. And you have created the Brain-Shattering Fragment Elixir. Brain-Shattering Fragment, a low-level Earth-grade elixir. It can greatly increase comprehension and vivid memory. If consumed for 1 day, after the next day it will cause memory loss and dementia. The more you consume, the more severe the dementia becomes. Do not reverse. Use with caution. Yi Xiao's eyelids twitched. It really was brain-shattering. I'll save it for the demonic sect later, Yi Xiao muttered to himself. Then, looking ahead at the Taizhuan disciples, Yi Xiao said these 2 divine techniques cannot be passed on to outsiders. He then imparted the mourning and transplanting flowers and grafting trees techniques to the disciples, giving them killer moves to counter opponents from the major sacred lands. Seeing that the Heavenly Master Sacred Land was about to arrive, he wanted to ensure Taizhuan Sacred Land's first place in the competition. This meant entering the Heavenly Master Sacred Land scripture repository. It would serve as a foundation for the future propagation of all techniques within the entire Righteous Path Alliance, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. If he succeeded, he would become the ultimate ruler of this glorious era, complete and utter downfall.